Thank you, James. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Perris Union High School District Special Board Meeting of March 3rd, 2021. The board will be respecting recent orders from the Governor of California, the Health Officer of the County of Riverside, and guidelines for the Center of Disease and Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join this meeting electronically. At this time, I'm going to call this special board meeting to order at 4:05 p.m. Next, I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo.
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Freeman.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Nelson.
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Stafford.
Present.
Thank you. And Trustee Arauz, present. I have established a quorum for this special board meeting. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. At this time, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Next, we have the revision and adoption of the agenda for today's meeting, March 3rd. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Trustee Freeman.
Second.
Trustee Vallejo, second. If you can please go to IC board, and we are going to, we are going to vote electronically, please. Okay. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Thank you. The next item is an invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Are there any public comments on non-agendized items?
Yes, we have some public comments. So you're going to need to read into the little statement, Dr. Rouse.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, sir. Since we have public comments on non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may also take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that the additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. So we are going to begin with the public announcements.
Mr. Williams, are you ready? Joe?
Can you hear me, Mr. Bennett?
Now I hear you.
Can you hear me now?
You're kind of low.
All right, thanks. Sorry about that. How about now?
Perfect.
All right, well, it's not perfect, but we'll get by. The first comment is from Delphina Lustenow, Heritage High School parent. Dear board, my name is Delphina Lustenow. My daughter is a senior at Heritage High School today. I am reaching out to ask you to reconsider your decision to hold drive-through graduations this year. I was shocked to hear that the decision had already been made when graduations were still months away. I am sure there are lots of planning involved and that the safety of the students and the community is an extreme importance. However, I cannot help but think that the decision was made rather early, and I am asking that you commit to reviewing the decision again. I realize the pandemic has had many turns and there's no guarantee that in June we will be much better situation where in-person graduations may be possible. However, I'm asking that you agree to reconsider the possibility of traditional graduation ceremonies. There are many factors that I feel can be reviewed before deciding as such. What the current situation of the pandemic is in June, creating committees at each school consisting of staff, students, and parents to help determine the guidelines required to hold in-person graduations, how many people can fit in the stadiums and still allow for social distancing, holding 2 ceremonies if needed, including allowing a drive-through for those who do not feel safe for those in person, temperature checks at the gates, less attendees, maybe 3 or 4 per graduate. I am aware that the task would be a large one, but I believe it is important that we try to give this senior class something to hold on to. The cost of this pandemic has been enormous, and many students' mental health is holding on by strings. Your commitment to review the decision would create hope, and I believe also motivate many students to continue their efforts to meet graduation requirements. I would like to ask that you allow schools permission to open in other senses, for example, allowing clubs and ASB to meet in person. I believe this is fair as we have allowed athletes to return to practice and competition. I feel most of the schools have large quad areas where a few students can gather while maintaining all the safety guidelines. Being able to meet up again in small groups such as clubs and ASB would start to bring some sort of normalcy and great hope to the students. Many students are suffering from depression and anxiety, symptoms I am sure affecting their grades and motivation. With the permission to hold a few things on campus, I feel students would begin to feel relief from the very crippling symptoms. I thank you for your time and consideration of the topics mentioned above. Thank you. Next comment is from Jenna Fuentes. Requesting to hear why we can't open the high schools as the classrooms are up for social distancing. Sports have been okay for a season. The next comment is from Shira Smith, Heritage High School parent. Good afternoon, members of the school board, superintendent Bennett and others. At the February board meeting, it was quickly decided to not have our students return to school in some type of capacity this school year. Your reasoning was that it would be a disruption for our students to acclimate this decision in a short amount of time. During this quick decision, Dr. Jose Luis Arau reminded the board that you have previously voted to address the return to school every 6 weeks grading period. Unfortunately, the vote was still taken to not return our students to school for the rest of the 2021 school year. Our students have been disrupted and have struggled with distance learning for 12 months now. I believe they would be happy to acclimate in-person learning situation. Since your board meeting in February, the numbers of the Riverside County have drastically declined and outdoor high school sports are being allowed, and some school districts in our area are preparing to send their high school students back to school in April. Is it possible that our school board can reevaluate the situation and send our students in some type of capacity back to school in April? I believe our seniors would love to have one last opportunity to be on campus before they graduate in June. It was asked at the last board meeting in February the plans for graduation this year. Mr. Bennett responded with, at this time, a drive-through graduation as it was done last year would more than likely to happen. Now that COVID-19 cases numbers are clearly dropping in our county, can in-person social distance graduation be considered for the seniors? I am sure with some planning, this could become a reality for our students. The class of 2021 has not set foot on their high school campus for 12 months now. The last memory they have of their high school years was being told they could return to campus in 2 weeks. We all remember our high school senior year. It was filled with fun, laughter, homecoming, football games, dance, prom, grad night, and lastly, our graduation day. The day we all waited for was when we entered high school, throwing up our cap, applauding our peers, listening to our principal send us off one last time as a high school student, and that last announcement. I would like to present to you the class of 2021. Students, you may now remove your tassel to the other side. I am asking that all possibilities be explored. The next comment is from Valeria Castillo Ortiz, a Perris High School student. Good evening, President Dr. Arau, board members, Superintendent Bennett, and Cabinet. I am Valeria Castillo Ortiz, a senior class president at Perris High School. To start off, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak in today's meeting. I am here today to advocate not only for myself, but for my seniors class as well. The journey of high school began for us as freshmen in the school year of 2017-18. We had in mind that we would finish this accomplishment together and say our last goodbyes to each other on the day of graduation. Unfortunately, we thought wrong and our high school careers were cut short because of the current circumstances we are living in. Last year, the seniors of the class of 2020 had a drive-through graduation. However, the class of 2021 desires to have a traditional graduation on the football field. Our whole senior year was stolen from us due to COVID-19, and we didn't get to enjoy the school activities like rallies, dances, and sports. One thing that we all looked forward to was to scream at the top of our lungs, seniors, but didn't get the opportunity having to do so. Having a traditional graduation will allow us to have a small taste of being seniors for the first time and the last time. To be honest, it still feels like we haven't moved from our junior year because of the way we suddenly left on March 13th, 2020. I know that there are many things to consider regarding COVID and graduation. I respectfully ask on behalf of my class that you consider having a traditional graduation this year, or even a modified version of it. There are guidelines for sports to practice safely. I feel we could do the same for traditional graduation. Graduation means more to us than just receiving a diploma. It is a closing of a chapter of struggles, joy, perseverance, and determination. Many of my classmates will be first-generation graduates and have been waiting for years to hear their families, friends, and teachers cheer them on from walking across the stage and feeling prideful of countless hours of not sleeping, turning in those last-minute assignments, and overall hard work we put in. Receiving a drive-through graduation feels like all the memories that we created together will be less remembered. A drive-through graduation means that we would not be sitting together as a Panther family that we are, resulting in us missing the cherished memories and ecstatic joy, satisfaction at the success we achieved. The preference that we have for traditional graduation is also because we want to experience hearing our classmates give speeches of all our victories, the turning of the tassel, and lastly, having the confetti get blown in the air as the visual representation of we finally did it. A high school graduation symbolized the entry into adulthood, and having a traditional graduation would be like one of my favorite movie quotes from the Fast and the Furious, where we get one last ride with our friends. I hope you take into consideration our thoughts before committing to any decisions. The next quote is from Jeanette Shippick. Please allow in-person graduation for our seniors. They missed half the year, both proms and their entire senior year. Graduation is a rite of passage. Riverside County has given approval. There are many schools in our area, including ones as close as Marietta, allowing for in-person graduation. Just limit the number of tickets each kid has and do a few ceremonies. Morning, afternoon, evening. Please go out of your way to make this happen. The next comment is from Jeanette Fuentes, Heritage High School parent. Hello, members. I am writing you this email to let you know that my daughter and all her classmates of the class of 2021 would like to have some sort of senior year. Please allow our kids to finish up these last few months of the year at school and enjoy their senior year. This is a crucial and exciting time in the life of kids look forward to before they head out to college and the beginning of another chapter in their life. They truly deserve this as they missed out on everything that a senior should experience in their last year of high school, the stuff they dreamed of and worked so hard for to get to the finish line, and have everything crudely taken away from them. Yes, I understand there's a pandemic, but the high school has taken great measures in its classrooms to allow children to return. I also understand parents should be able to have a choice to allow their children to attend or not. This should be a parent's choice. I think we need to let our seniors return, let them have some joy in their life. Most of these kids have already returned to sports, so why can't they return to class for the last few months? Again, please allow our kids this one thing, their last year of high school. Thank you. This next comment is from Sarai Manfredi, Heritage High School parent. Hello, esteemed board members. My name is Saray Manfredi. I am the mother of a Heritage High School senior this year. I would first like to thank you for keeping the safety of our kids, faculty, and community at the forefront of all your decisions. While I imagine you face many defiances and grievances in all directions, I thank you for your continued support of our students. My daughter has been an HHS honor roll student for 4 years and has played varsity track and soccer. She led the girls soccer team to their first CIF game in 7 years and holds the record for the most goals. She was part of ASB, Link Crew, National Honor Society, and CSF. With the help of counselors and teachers, she achieved many accomplishments. However, COVID is now preventing her from celebrating the timeless tradition of walking for graduation. We are all thankful that sports are returning, but would like to see our children walk the stage. The kids have been robbed of any kind of traditional senior activities, and the least we can do is try to provide them a graduation other than a drive-through. May I suggest a hybrid graduation or a cohort graduation scenario? All children, through no fault of anybody, have been deprived of memorable activities and memories. Can we all work together to make it possible for an in-person graduation? The community is willing to come together to provide us assistance to facilitate this request and is at your disposal. Please help all children keep at least one tradition alive. Thank you. The next comment is from Crystal Duran. PUHSD's class of 2021 deserves a high school graduation. Over the last 12 months, they have missed out on so many priceless memories such as prom, sports, scouting, senior night, homecoming, grad activities, school friends, and so much more. These students have worked so hard, many taking honors classes, ACTs, SATs, participating in clubs, community involvement, just to get to the opportunity to walk across the stage, look into the stands, and see the pride and love of their family members recognizing their accomplishments. Not only do our students deserve this moment, so do the hardworking parents that have been waiting for this day to come. There are also some hardworking parents that have spent years supporting PUHSD by volunteering, fundraising, donating, supporting teachers, and more. It's now time for PUHSD. It's now PUHSD's turn to recognize this and reward us with this graduation. The next comment is from Diana Cox. Riverside County is allowing family members of the same household to attend sporting events. Please make this happen for all our football players and cheerleaders' families. We missed out on everything all year. This last comment is from Lisa Orozco Uribe. Good evening. My name is Lisa Orozco, and I am a senior class secretary at Perris High School. Tonight, I would like to ask the board to please consider allowing Perris High School seniors to continue the tradition of grad night. This year, our senior class advisor, Ms. Osuna, was able to get a hold of a representative of Universal Studios named William Ho, who assured us that attending Universal Studios would be a safe experience for all seniors. The park would be at 25% capacity, social distancing will be required, a mask would be required, and in the event that it should be canceled, all money would be refunded. Our grad night would take place on May 28, 2021 from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. This year has been extremely tough for all seniors. We have been waiting for this date for 4 years. I feel that I speak for all seniors when I say that we deserve a celebration that is safe and meaningful. This pandemic has taken a toll on our mental health, and grad night would bring back some sense of normalcy in a year where everything was not normal. I am not writing this letter lightly. I feel that COVID has ruined everything. This entire situation can be scary, but life is scary, and that doesn't mean we stop living. Please allow us to celebrate our senior year and have faith in the fact that we will be safe. We have a whole year to prepare. Thank you for your time and consideration. And that concludes the comments.
Dr. Rao, could I step in for just a second, make a comment?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
I just want to share with our families out there and the students out there, our goal is to have the most traditional type graduation that we can possibly have. We're going to work together with the schools and some parents and kids to come up with a great plan where we can honor our students at the most traditional graduation as possible. The worst case scenario we would have would be if things went bad again and we had to go to a drive-through. But we're looking for the most traditional way we can do graduation, and we'll be putting that together over the next month here to be able to share with everybody. I just want to share that with our constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. We are going to continue with the oral reports, but before that, I have a question for our parliamentarian. that I believe is Ms. Reigns, right? I'm not seeing on this board agenda an item for board members' comments or recommendations. And I would like to add this as a last minute, if that is possible. We are addressing a, a very, very important topic related to our seniors, to the class of 2021. And I want to first ask, is it possible, ask to our parliamentarian, is it possible to add this item at the end of the oral reports without violating the Brown Act?
I'm going to need Mr. Bennett's help. I'm not sure I'm an official parliamentarian, but I am more than happy to help and offer my recommendation. And I'm glad that you provided that context, Dr. Arau, of what you were hoping to add. Mr. Bennett, with your agreement, I'm thinking, because this is going to be part of the COVID-19 oral report, a presentation that Mr. Breff and I will be giving. I think that that would be the most appropriate time for the board members to ask questions, provide their feedback, recommendations, things they'd like for us to think of, you know, in that vein. Is that the best solution there, Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate at that time. So I'll remind you at that time, Dr. Rao, that this would be a good point for that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Reigns, and thank you, Mr. Bennett, for allowing this. So we are going to have item 6.4 is a comment, recommendation, suggestions by board members. All right, excellent. We are going to continue with our board meeting. And item number 6.1 is employee demographic data and recruitment plan update.
Why, thank you. Thank you, President Arau and board members and Superintendent Bennett. You know, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here to talk to you about something that I'm very passionate about. And so what I'm going to do is take the screen over, if that's okay, and I can share some information with you. Just wanted to make sure that you can all see that okay. Is that all right? Okay, fantastic. Good. So again, it's a pleasure to be here this evening to talk to you about this. And the topic is employee ethnicity and our recruitment plan. And the objectives of tonight's discussion is really to talk about, to give a summary of our student ethnicity data, to talk about the recent hiring and the impacts on our overall employee group, to talk about, to provide a brief summary of some equal opportunity regulations that we have, and then talk about and provide an overview of our 2021-22 recruitment plan so that the board is in the loop on that. So that being said, I'm going to dive in first with our students because we want to start and finish with our students. Even the goofy HR guy wants to start and finish with our students because that's what we're all here for. And so in the Perris Union High School District, we have about approximately 10,000 students, and they are a highly, highly diverse group. And the diversity is we see in race and ethnicity, in language, and exceptionality, and ability, within class, sexual orientation, a lot of different diversity within our school district. And that being said, in 2018, our board took action, and I think it was an amazing step, where our board took action to adopt Board Policy 415, which is an equity policy. Policy, it states in part that the governing board believes that the diversity that exists among the district's community of students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members is integral to the district's vision, mission, and goals. And the policy also goes on to state that addressing the needs of the most marginalized learners requires recognition of the inherent value of diversity and acknowledgement that educational excellence requires a commitment to equity in the opportunities provided to students and the resulting outcomes. And so because of that, one of the steps and one of the action plans is actually regarding personnel. And I'll get into that a little bit later, but it's really, really important that we focus on understanding the board's overall arching goal as it relates to equity as we talk particularly about personnel. So the first thing I want to do is, as I mentioned, talk about our student population. I mentioned that we have about 10,000 students in our district. And this gives you an overview of what our student population is comprised of and has looked like over the last 6 years or so. And so we have approximately, during that period of time, each of the groups is represented by a different color using our district branding on there. So the blue is our white population. The green is our African American population. The gold color is our Hispanic Latinx population. And then the other colors represented, green being, the lighter green being our Filipino population, the darker gray being our Asian population, the lighter blue being our American Indian population, the kind of lightest blue being our Pacific Islanders, and then gray being others. And others are frequently being multiple ethnicity groups in that with those students, so including multi-ethnic students. So during that period of time, what we've seen in our student population is, although it may seem static, there has been some slight changes over this period of time. One of the changes we've seen is that our white population has gone down approximately, gone down 1.3%. So it's currently less than 15% of our overall student population. Our African American population has gone down 1.9% during that period of time and comprises currently in our current school year about 5.3% of our entire student population. Obviously, it's pretty easy to see that our Hispanic Latinx population is the largest within the Perris Union High School District, comprising currently 71.2% of all of our students. And that has gone up about 1.2% since that first year in 14 and 15 where we look at. The other interesting group that has gone up is that other one that I mentioned, and that's the light gray that's at the top. And that's our other or our multi-ethnic population has gone up 1.7%, is currently at 4.4%. So that gives you an idea of what our students look like. So that, and that's an important part of our discussion moving forward. So then what I wanted to do is share with you what our staff looks like. That quote that's on there that you can see is that quote that I just read you a minute ago from the board policy 415 equity that was adopted in 2018. But I think that it's important to begin with the question, why should we look at staff ethnicity? And why do we want to look at that? Why is that important? Shouldn't we just be looking at the best people possible? And the answer to that question is really simple, because it's all about the students, and everything that we do is all about the students. And that's a priority that the board has established and has been here as long as I've been in the school district, that it is all about our students. So as it relates to our students and staff and the correlation between them, there's just a quick bit of research that I wanted to share with the board so you are aware of a couple of things that we look at in our human resources world. One of the things that it was a study that was conducted by the National Bureau of Economic Research from 2018 and actually just updated February of 2021, so just last month, that took a look at the long run impacts of same race teachers. And what this did was a study that really looked at what are the impacts of having a student of the same, a student on students when they have teachers or educators of the same ethnicity as them. And there are a number of things that came out of this study that I think are very, very interesting. One of them in particular was that Black students randomly assigned to one Black teacher are 13% more likely to graduate from high school and 19% more likely to enroll in college than their same school, same race peers that did not have a teacher of the same ethnicity as they are. I mean, that's just a huge bit of data that came out of this research, that having a teacher population that mirrors our student population has a huge academic effect on our students. Another study that was really interesting was from the United States Department of Education, and that was the state of racial diversity in the education workforce. And they came out with a few things where the ethnicity of the staff has a dynamic impact on the students. And they found a number of different things. And some of the things that they found was that teachers of color are positive role models for all students in breaking down negative stereotypes and preparing students to live in a workforce in a multiracial society. So it didn't apply just to like the last study where it was similar ethnicities. In this particular finding, that teachers of color had positive role models for all students of all ethnicities. Another thing that the study found was that racial diversity of the teaching workforce helps to close the achievement gap for our students, which is profound. Another thing that is it found that teachers of color are more likely to do several things that are critically important for our students. And that is, one, have higher expectations for students of color. Another thing is that they confront issues of racism. The third thing they found was that teachers of color serve as advocates and cultural brokers, which is very, very powerful. And finally, that teachers of color also develop more trusting relationships with students, particularly those who share the same cultural background as they do. And so all of these things are dynamic in terms of the effects on student achievement. One of the things that the study also found is a paradox, and we know this, and that's one of the reasons we look at it in the Perris Union High School District, is that they found that every state has a higher percentage of students of color than they do of teachers of color. So there's a gap automatically throughout the United States between students of color and teachers of color. There are fewer teachers of color than there are students of students of color in the schools. So teachers are underrepresented in that case. There was one final study that I wanted to share just real briefly, and that was a study conducted between Johns Hopkins University and the American University that was about the power of teacher expectations. And they found a whole bunch of amazing things as they relate to the impact of having a teaching workforce that mirrors the student population. And one of the interesting findings that they found that I thought was very profound was that representation absolutely matters, and it matters for almost every educational outcome that you can think of. So I just shared a few of them with you, but almost everything educational outcome that we can think of is positively impacted by having a workforce that mirrors the representation of our students. And so that's one of the things that I know our board has set as a priority and our superintendent has set as a priority, and we've been working on. So with that, I wanted to share with you some of the things that we've seen over the last few years in terms of our workforce and our population. So this first slide that I wanted to share with you is a reflection of our hiring going back to 14-15 and what we've seen, what we've done in terms of hiring all employees. And this is all employee groups, management, certificated, and classified. During that period of time, you can see, again, starting with the yellow, that we've increased the Hispanic hirings by 122%. They're currently in this last year, 45.45% of all of our new hires were Hispanic, Latino applicants and candidates, as opposed to when we started recording this data back in 14-15, 20.5%. And so we're continuing to see that grow. We've seen growth in the African-American new hires. They've increased by 68% during that period of time. And so this last year, 18.18% of our new hires were African-American, as opposed to 14-15, it comprised 10.8%. And during that same period of time, we've seen the hiring of white applicants go down from 61% down to 27.27% during this current year. And so you can see that we've making a concerted effort to really hire not only high quality people, because that's what our expectation is for all of our candidates that we hire the very best people. But in addition to that, hiring people that better reflect our student population, because we know that the outstanding impact that has on all of our students. And so that's the hiring over the last few years. Now our workforce, though, is rather large. We have approximately 1,000 employees within our district, a little over 1,000. And so this practice doesn't translate into automatically seeing a workforce that mirrors our student population. But what it does do is it allows us to see incremental changes towards our workforce so that we can see the changes in each of our groups. So with that being said, I'm going to begin with our management group. And what you can tell in our management group is that we've seen some changes over the last few years, but one of the things that changed between last year and this year is we actually didn't hire any new managers. We actually reduced our management workforce by a net loss of 4 managers. So we actually went down, as I mentioned, went down 4. We lost 5 management positions. We did add 1. So we reduced our APs at middle schools and each of the comprehensive high schools. That's a total of 4 positions, plus we eliminated a special education administrator position, that was 5. And then we did add a Liberty High School principal, so that's the net effect of the -4. So because of that, we actually reduced the total number of managers from 58 to 54. They're a very small group in our total employee population of 1,000. But because of that, we didn't see the kind of we saw some changes in our numbers from last year to this year, just because the total number of managers was fewer. And so I'll give you an example. African-American, it looks like we went up from 17.2% to 18.5%, but the actual number remained exactly the same. It's just that we had fewer managers overall. However, when we look at the long-term changes within our management group, we're seeing a larger percentage and a higher number of managers of color, as opposed to where we did 15 years ago. And so that gives you some information as it relates to managers. The next one is regarding our certificated employees. And certificated is a larger group. Our certificated bargaining unit includes right around just over 400 teachers altogether, somewhere in the neighborhood of 450 of them. And so over this period of time from 15-16 to the present, what we've seen is we've increased the number of Hispanic and Latinx teachers from 21.54% to 25.26%, which is an increase of 3.72% of our total teaching force, our certificated force. We've increased the percentage of our African American certificated staff from an increase of 1.96%. And so that goes from 6.59% up to 8.55%. And then during that same period of time, we've also gone down in our total white population of teachers from 61.54% down to 56.94%. So as I mentioned early on, these changes that have been happening over the last few years have slowly but surely had that incremental increase to, impact on our teaching workforce. This also reflects, just so you know, we've also been declining our teaching workforce from last year to this year, and yet we're still able to show some of those gains just based on that data that you saw earlier on our new hires. Unlike our managers, we didn't hire anyone new. We have been hiring new teachers and new classified staff. So when we look at our classified, I'll lead to that one next. You can also see some changes there. We've actually, in our Hispanic Latinx classified grouping, we've actually gone up from 52.08 to 56.22% during that period of time, and that reflects a 4.14% increase. Our African American population actually went down from 14.96 to 13.43, but there's an anomaly there between the numbers. Again, we've had a reduction in the number of classified people we had. So we have the same number. In this case, unlike the one where we talked about in managers, it's the converse here. We have actually more African American employees than we had last year, but as a than we had in 15-16, but as a total population, it's now represented as fewer, a smaller percentage, excuse me. And then what we also see in terms of our white population, that it's gone down from 26.87 down to 25.62, which is a decrease of 1.25%. I was going to say also about the African American population that we have there, that both in our classified employee, we remember our student data, that this still is over twice what our student population is within our district. So that gives you an overview of what's happening with our employee demographics over the last handful of years. Now, in terms of moving forward, one of the things that we wanted to look at is, you know, we have a board policy 4030 that has to do with non-discrimination employment. One of the things obviously we don't do is we don't say, well, we're just going to hire, you know, teachers of color, employees of color, and that's it. What we actually do is we treat all of our candidates and all of our employees fairly. And we have about a dozen state laws, federal laws, plus not to mention our board policies themselves that guide what we do in terms of employee hiring. We are an equal opportunity employer, so we give all employees and all candidates the equal opportunity for the positions. But we also make sure that we hire the very, very best employees. So then that causes a dilemma. How do we make sure that we're hiring employees that reflect our student population while at the same time adhering to all of these rules and all of these laws and statutes? What we do with that is what we refer to in the human resources world as targeted outreach or targeted recruiting. And what I mean by that is what we're actually going out and saying, we want the very best people, but we're going to specifically look in places and areas where we know that we're going to find employees that represent our student population. We want the very best. We're going to give everyone an equal opportunity, but we're doing targeted outreach or that targeted recruitment for those individuals. In fact, that's part of that board policy on equity that we talked about earlier. In fact, one of the items on there, item number 7, states in part that that as part of that equity policy, we're going to be promoting the employment and retention of a diverse staff. And so to do that, the items that are listed in that board policy include visiting job fairs and recruitments that have applicants that reflect our student population, and I'll talk about how we're doing that this year, actively seeking candidates reflecting current demographics, employee selection guide being very clear and with objective screening criteria, regularly monitoring our hiring practices to eliminate biases. And that's really important, not only because of what we talked about before, but when we look at another body of research that came out from Teacher Plus and Educational Trust, it was a study that was called Why Teachers of Color Leave, or How to Disrupt Teacher Turnover, because what that study found is that a lot of teachers of color would come into positions, but then quickly burn out of that and then leave the workforce and go on to something else. So all the work that we do is for naught if we're not supporting the high quality teachers that represent our student population. So what that study recommended is through that findings, it said that it recommended 4 things, and that what school districts do is that they value teachers of color by providing loan forgiveness, service scholarships, loan repayment incentives, and relocation incentives for teachers coming into the field. Well, that's actually one of the things that we do within our district is we have a number of teachers that participate in the Apple grant, which allows for loan forgiveness if they have college loans for working within our school district. We have a program that we've had a number of years now. It's Pipeline to Teaching, where we provide incentives for our classified employees. And as we looked at the data before, that better represent our student population and try and encourage them to come into the teaching field. We actually have hired a number of people out of our classified population through the Pipeline for Teaching that are currently serving as teachers within our district. And then we also, to our classified employees, offer tuition reimbursement, so that if they're looking at going into the field of education or improving in general, that we reimburse part of their college tuition to help them grow personally and professionally. So hopefully they can become part of our certificated workforce, leave the classified workforce and become part of our certificated workforce. The other thing that the study recommended is that we collect and disaggregate data based on race and ethnicity on teacher recruitment, hiring, and retention. And as you can tell from the data, we showed that's something that we're constantly doing and we're always doing. The other thing that the study recommends is that invest in the recruitment, preparation, and development of strong, diverse leaders committed to positive work conditions in a diverse workforce. And that, I mean, I might as well say the exact same thing that's currently in the board policy that the board adopted in 2018. And then finally, empower teachers of color by ensuring that curriculum, learning environments, and work environments are inclusive and respectful of racial and ethnic groups. And again, that is spelled out directly within our PUHSD equity policy, and is something that Dr. Newman was working on. And I know that's something that Mr. Bruff is currently working on as professional development for all of our new hires, and particularly our certificated employees. So with that being said, I wanted to share just a little bit about what this year's targeted recruitment looks like for our teachers. And not just and we're doing this with all employees, but I'm going to start with our teachers specifically. So one of the things that we're doing, and this goes along with that board policy, is we are actually going out and recruiting for people that are going to be the very best candidates that also reflect our student population. So one of the things we did is we went to our University of California Riverside Job Fair earlier this year. It was on February 19th, and so we met some really great candidates there, and they're all this year, because of the pandemic. All of the job fairs are now virtual as opposed to being in person. So it allows us the opportunity of actually getting out more and being at more places, which is really good, and finding even higher quality people. So we were at UCR on February 19th. We actually have staff right now as I'm talking over at Cal Baptist University, talking to some of the teachers over there and teacher candidates over there. We annually go to the Riverside County Office of Education. It's a local job fair that RCOE hosts, and we find really good candidates that are there. This year, we're actually doing some other ones that we don't normally do. We haven't typically gone to Cal State Northridge or Cal State Dominguez Hills, but again, that's part of that targeted outreach. We're looking at schools that have a more diverse teacher population to better meet the needs of our students. So we're attending job fairs with both of those universities this year. We're going to Cal State San Bernardino. We have been there before, and sometimes the candidates we get from there are top quality, and so we're hoping to get that this year. Sometimes it's hit and miss. It really depends on who we get, but we're crossing our fingers on a good one there. We're adding Cal State Long Beach this year. That's another new one that we're doing, again, trying to reach out to populations that better reflect our students. We typically go to Cal State San Marcos and get a good group of teachers that are there. The interesting with Cal State San Marcos is that we usually find some of our former students that are there, which is always a plus for us. And then the other thing is that Cal State San Marcos has a unique program, in that students that graduate from their credentialing program typically come to us with dual credentials. So instead of just having a single subject credential in one subject area, they may have 2 single subject credentials, or a single subject and a multiple subject credential, or something like that. So it allows more flexibility with the candidates that we get from there. And then San Diego State University is another one that we're adding this year in hopes to get more candidates that reflect our student population. And then the other one that's interesting this year is, a couple of years ago, we did some out-of-state recruitment, but again, because everything is virtual this year as opposed to in person, is we're actually going to be going to New Mexico State University and hope to pluck some individuals from New Mexico that represent our student population and bring them here to California to work with our kids. And so we're going to give it a shot. It's the same as doing a local job fair, and it doesn't require that we travel out of state because it's all virtual. The other thing in addition to that we've done is through Handshake, and a lot of these universities do use Handshake as their way of communicating and utilizing communicating job openings with prospective teachers and developing virtual job fairs, is that we've also connected throughout the United States. Our department has connected with all of our, many of our historically Black colleges and universities. And so we're posting positions there, and we're hoping to get people that way. We reached out to them for some other virtual job fairs that we hope to tap into there. In addition to that, we also post all of our jobs both locally and nationally. And locally, we do it through EdJoin and EdJoin.org, and that's kind of the main way people can see postings within California. We also added postings to our California Association of Bilingual Educators, so all of our certificated positions are also posted at CABE so that anyone that's involved in CABE can see the positions that we have there. And then we also do it nationally through School Spring and United Talent with Power Schools. And that's the other way that we post our jobs. Again, it's that targeted outreach. All of these are the intent of hiring the very best people that to meet the needs of our students that also represent our student population. So in addition to that, the other thing that we're adding this year that we haven't done before is we've always had our campaign of reaching out, and that's just the hashtag Be Awesome, because we want awesome people to work with our awesome kids. But this year we're also looking at changing that slightly to also include representations of people that we're targeting that be part of our team. So you can see this is what the example of a math teacher recruitment may look like for us. Not only is it talking about the position and have a bit.ly in terms of looking at the positions we have available, but also has a pictorial representation of people we're looking to hire to be part of our district. So this would be an example of a guidance SIS, what a guidance SIS type recruitment would look like on our social media. And again, it's with the effort of trying to recruit a diverse workforce. An example of a chemistry teacher recruitment, what that might look like. This is just a generic one that talks about the fact that, and that's one of the things that we talk to prospective candidates about is that we know that in the Perris Union High School District, our teachers change lives forever, and our staff in general, they change the lives of our kids. We have an amazing workforce and amazing employees that are here, and they truly care about our students and care about kids. And so this is another example of what that might look like when we're recruiting for new people to be part of our district. Another example of what particularly an ASL teacher position might look like. We have a programmer analyst position right now in our IT department. And this is what another recruitment might look like. And so these are the images that our HR staff is utilizing as we're posting new positions to try and give a visual reference to we want awesome people to be here. We also want these awesome people to represent our student population. So again, an example of a special education teacher recruitment that we're doing. So I went over that really quickly. I apologize if I was talking too fast and I was tripping over myself, but I am more than happy to answer any questions that the board may have regarding any of this information.
Thank you, Mr. Skorpanich. Do we have any questions from our board members to Mr. Skorpanich?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Mr. Skorpanich, for the information. It's really detailed, and there was a direct question that I keep asking that I know you can derive, should be able to give me the answer.
Sure.
How many African-American male teachers do we have in the classroom? Just a simple number, not a percentage. How many African-American male teachers in the classroom?
Mr. Stafford, we have, and I apologize, I want to give you a close number. I can't give you an accurate number. But in that, let me pull up my data right now. Of our current teaching population, 42 of our teachers are identified as African American. It's the exact number that we have right now of all teachers. Now that group is and in that particular ethnic group of our teachers, it is about 50-50. So we have, I believe it's 21, if I recall correctly, of those individuals that are male, of our African-American teachers that are male. But what I want to do is I'm going to double check that number and just verify it and give it to the entire board so you have that exact number. But again, if, the best of my recollection, it is 50% of that population, which is currently 42 teachers of our entire teaching population.
Right, that's correct, Kirk. I had Carrie Bobbitt pulled that information for me previously, and it was 42 teachers, and exactly 50% were male and 50% female.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so those are teachers in the classroom.
Correct.
Well, not this year anyway. They're virtual. But the other thing, you know, you spoke about it was role models, and that's something that's really important to the students as they come along, to all students. So, you know, I believe you did well there. The out-of-state recruitment and where we're looking,
Mhm.
I'm a little concerned about that because we haven't done well out of state, and you know we've talked about that before, but it's hard to do and retain the teachers. But that's and looking at the numbers that you gave, we understand. I understand that it takes time to balance things if that's the goal, and it has been my goal not to. As far as teaching, you don't have to be totally balanced, but there must be some representation, some equity. So it's in one respect the numbers look good, but in another doesn't look quite so good. But it's improving. So thank you so much for the information. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. If I can make just a couple of points to what you shared, and I appreciate, you know, I always appreciate the insight that you provide, Mr. Stafford, as it relates to this. And a couple of things, that role model thing, and I hope I didn't gloss over it, is so important. And I just want to emphasize this, that they're positive role models for all students. And I think that's a critical part that sometimes is lost. It's not just positive role models for students of the same ethnicity, but for all students. I think that's a really, really powerful piece of the research that I think about when we hire new teachers. And the second thing is, you're absolutely correct when it comes to out-of-state recruitment, that it can be difficult to get people from out of state to come here. And we have had success with a few of our teachers. But when we're looking at it, we're specifically targeting, and the reason we're looking at New Mexico is because when we look at the number of, when we look at the percentage of Hispanic and Latinx students in their credentialing program at New Mexico State University, and what New Mexico teachers make in general on average, there is an incentive to, there's a higher percentage of Hispanic Latinx teachers in their credentialing program, and there is an incentive for teachers to leave New Mexico and come to California to be part of our workforce. Oftentimes it has to do with just the compensation that they receive there. I remember being there for actually for an event that I was at, and the Uber driver that I had and I were having a conversation, and he shared with me that he was a teacher and he had to treat an Uber driver just to kind of make ends meet in New Mexico. And when we talked about salaries in California as opposed to New Mexico, I mean, his jaw kind of dropped, you know, in terms of what we pay teachers in terms of as comparison to what they make. So that's kind of why we targeted that particular state, this one. But we're also, as I mentioned, also reaching out to a number of different colleges and universities and at least posting our positions with them, so that even if we're not going to their job fairs, they have access to what positions we have available. So if they are interested in coming to California and being part of our team, then we've made a connection with them.
Very good, very good. It's interesting. It's California is a very expensive place to live, and it doesn't appear that way at first. But having gone away and come back, I realized those things. Okay, if anyone else wants to chime in.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford, for the excellent question, and thank you, Mr. Scorpanish. I'm seeing Trustee Dr. Freeman, please.
Thank you. In listening to what you were presenting, I'm curious to know if nationally, if we have any research that shows whether or not our African-American group of both males and females, are they entering or trying to enter the teaching profession more, the same, or less? Or there are less of them? It almost sounds like the difficulty would seem to indicate to me that less from that group would be actually looking to enter the teaching profession. And then I would wonder, how would we encourage them to consider doing so?
Excuse me. Well, thank you. I think I appreciate that question. The dilemma that we're dealing with in terms of hiring teachers of color or staff of color is the same, as I mentioned, that piece of data is the same dilemma that colleges and universities are having in terms of their credentialing programs, that they'd like to see a larger group of candidates enter their programs, and they're not. However, colleges and universities are constantly doing their recruiting to get teachers of color to enter their programs. One of the things that we're looking at implementing this year within our school district is a program that's very similar to what you see in terms of what our student athletes do, where they have a national signing day and they sign their letters of intent or of what colleges they plan on going to for athletics. And what we've talked to our principals about this year is beginning something similar with our own Perris Union High School District students to do the National Future Teacher Signing Day, where if we have our own students that are interested in becoming teachers down the road, and we see it every single month. I hear about it with our Student of the Month. Then what we'd like to do is we'd like to recognize them, to encourage them to come back and be part, to go into a teacher credentialing program and then come back and serve in their own schools. In fact, I had the pleasure yesterday of interviewing a special education teacher who is completing his mild and moderate credential and wants to be part of our workforce starting next year. That's actually a Heritage High School student, a former Heritage High School student. And it's those types of individuals that we're making a homegrown effort to try and bring them back and be part of our team.
Mr. Skorpanish, for answering Dr. Freeman's question. Do I have another question? I'm not able to see Trustee Vallejo on the screen and Trustee Nelson, so I'm wondering if you have any questions, if you can just ask the question, please, because I'm not able to see.
I currently do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Vallejo, do you have any questions?
Not questions, but I just want to, thank Mr. Skorpanish. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm so sorry. I'm really bad at last names, but I just thank you for that information, because that's actually very great to hear. I really enjoy that our district has a lot about diversity. That's something that really hits close to home here. And I love how we always like to recruit students that were graduated like me, how I graduated from Perris High, and then now I'm a board member. That is amazing, because you know how we are more passionate about these things. So this is amazing. I love this piece of information, and you explained it very well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. And I have a comment. I don't have questions. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Skorpanish for the wonderful presentation. Thank you to Mr. Bennett for your leadership guiding the implementation of our board policy adopted in 2018. And we can see the trend, right, in the pattern that we are moving forward to ensuring equity reflected in the diversity of our workforce. We want our students to see that if they can see somebody in the classroom or the school as an administrator, that they look like them, that they can achieve, they can get there also. Another comment is thank you to Trustee Stafford for mentioning in terms of the recruitment outside, out of state, and Mr. Skorpanish for reaffirming that. If we know that sometimes we are successful out of state, or we can be here in the state, we have wonderful candidates, potential candidates from our own high schools. So Trustee Vallejo said, we have graduates from Paloma Valley, from Heritage, and from Perris. I personally know several of our Perris graduates, valedictorians, salutatorians there, that they went to UCLA, to UC Davis. So we can add those universities too, because we have there. Our own students are in those universities too. And also University of Laverne has good candidates, I'm sure. So thank you for focusing on this and for giving the opportunity not only for students who look like, for teachers and administrators who look like our students, but also that they are part of our community. So our graduates, they know that they have that opportunity, that they can go to college, and we are doing an outstanding job. That is one of our main goals for the last few years, increasing the number of students who are meeting the A3G requirements, FAFSA applications, and that they pursue a post-secondary education. So summarizing, thank you very much for this wonderful effort. We are moving forward in the right direction. And thank you to everybody, not only the HR, but I know that this is a team effort. It's everyone. So we appreciate it.
Um,
Trustee Stafford, please.
I just wanted to say, let's continue to have the conversation because we get past the point where we're no longer uncomfortable with it and we really can talk about it to each other and and always head the right direction and make the right choices. Uh, and that's a part of our growth, our professional development, to have these tough conversations because after a while, the more you practice at it, the easier it gets. So I appreciate the information that it's been given and talking more about it. So thank you.
I just like to jump.
Excellent point. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
I just want to say to Mr. Stafford, I don't really feel it's a tough conversation. So when we're doing the right things, pushing to do the right things, we have to talk about it. And as long as we're moving forward and we're doing the right things by people, whether it be employees or kids or there's a community, there is no tough conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, and thank you, Trustee Stafford, for making that comment. We have mentioned, and we have been mentioning in all our board meetings, that we are here for our students. Thank you, Mr. Skorpanish. I forgot to thank you for sharing with us the research that supports this process. So it is about the students, about how we benefit our students, and we will continue to look at the data. I'm really happy to be part of this Board of Education where all of our trustees, they embrace data analysis to make educated decisions to the benefit of our students. So thank you again for doing that. Okay. So that is oral report 6.1. We are going to continue with oral report 6.2, that is state budget update.
All right. Well, while I get this up here, Ms. Fogarty is going to give you a presentation on the governor's budget proposals as they relate to education. I do want to remind everybody that the governor released his proposal on January 8th, which is almost 2 months ago now, and we did have this slated at the previous board meeting. However, with one of the trustees unable to attend, it was agreed upon to move it to this meeting. So I apologize that the information is a little bit late. And with that, I'll turn it over to Alicia. Did I talk slow enough that that's now starting or showing on your screen?
It is showing.
Okay,
So,
good.
Good evening, Board, President Arau, Superintendent Bennett, and Cabinet. As Candace said, this came out almost 2 months ago, so some of it is not quite as relevant as it was back then. All budgets are living, breathing documents, and the state budget is no different from our budget in that manner. Things change rapidly, and with the pandemic, it seems to be even more rapid these days. So it's been quite a roller coaster for the 2021 budget, to say for sure. So as you may recall, the May revise last year was drastically different from the governor's proposed budget January of 2020. So, and then when the state adopted its budget in June, that was drastically different from the May revise, which then prompted us to take a 45-day budget revision to you in August. So that's not something we normally have to do, but because it was so drastic, that there was too many changes to not get an updated budget. So while we're optimistic about the upcoming state budget, just keep in mind that we're not quite out of the pandemic, and with that continually changing, that does have the ability to continue to impact budgets, not just our budgets, but California and other states as well. Can you change the slide, Candace, please? So the governor budget focuses on restoring programs that were negatively impacted in the prior year, paying down debt obligations, addressing the needs of California's most vulnerable as the nation and state move toward exiting the pandemic. So these are some of the highlights, and as you can see on there, education is a priority, which is good. Next slide, please. So for the 21-22 governor's budget clearly addresses the current COVID-19 education reality, but also resurrects proposals from last January that were put on hold because of the economic collapse. But among other issues, the governor and the legislator will need to strike some type of balance between one-time needs and deferral repayments, because that's going to be really important. And those balances will have an impact either positively or negatively on school district budgets. Next slide. So as noted here, the 21-22 will be in its third year of test one, which is, it's good that we're in test one. So that just means that that's the minimum amount for K-12. In the test three, that's usually like when things are not going as well and there's a weak economy, which, some people thought that we might go into a test three because it was looking like we were going to be, similar to the Great Depression, right, where we got huge cuts in funding. But so far, the economy looks like it's coming back to some degree. So, but just keep in mind, education is usually the last to fill. The economy cuts and hurts, and also the last to recover from it. So the Prop 98 minimum guarantee does increase by $3 billion. In addition, the governor's budget proposes a one-time Prop 98 supplemental payment of $2.3 billion. The one-time payment includes his proposal to repeal the requirement stipulated in the 2020 State Budget Act that would subsequently increase the minimum guarantee beginning in 22-23. His reasoning behind this action is the recognition of the exorbitant costs that LEAs have borne as a result of COVID-19 and distance learning, but this change will create an impact on future budgets, future district budgets. So as depicted in this slide, the compounded statutory COLA will be applied to the LCFF base grants. Categoricals, including special education, is slated to only receive the 1.5% COLA. Sorry. I'm stuck. So this, I like this slide because it kind of breaks down what the increase is and how that is slated. And so if you look at when it's supposed to be 3.84% COLA and not everything is going to get funded with that COLA, it really goes down to 3.52%. So there's different add-ons like transportation and the old TIG. Those types of things will not see a COLA. So that's why it really goes down, even though those are in the LCFF calculation. So as part of the documentation that's sent to the county for review and ultimate approval of all of our projections, we are required to include a plan should the COLA not be funded. Now, generally, the Department of Finance and School Services, their COLA projections are not too far off from each other. But School Services is taking the approach to being more conservative because of the unknown economic effects of the pandemic, and if they were not to be funded, that's less of an impact and more time for districts to, make good decisions if they do need to, if those COLAs do not get funded. So this slide is really telling. So this is why School Services is taking the approach that it's taking, because what this is showing is that with the shortfalls, or if these shortfalls are projected and they come to fruition, the likelihood of the COLA being funded increases. So that's why to take a more conservative approach on using a smaller COLA. So this is just a slide of the PERS rates and how he did buy down some of the PERS obligations. but the rates will continue to rise through 24-25. So in essence, for every PERS member's salary, another 38%, which also includes other statutory benefits such as unemployment, Medicare, workers' comp, those types of things, will be added, as well as in any increases to health and welfare. So it makes, the natural rise of employee costs continue to increase significantly year after year. So basically the same with STRS, except there was more of a buy down with STRS. And, but of course, it still does add up. So it's going to be nearly 20% in statutory benefits that would be added to every salary, including the statutory benefits that I discussed on the other page. And also not shown here in 22-23, the STRS percentage is projected to increase by yet another 2.8%. So with all 4 tests being made, a deposit into the rainy day fund will trigger a cap on the reserve starting in 22-23. This limits the districts and the board's ability to make sound decisions for their districts on the fly, because if you don't have enough reserves, and I think I've talked about this before, a 3% reserve is not even a full month's payroll. So that's not, going to even get us through a month. So with having a cap on the reserves, that really limits our ability to make sound decisions, and your ability to make sound decisions that's best for our students and our district as a whole when we have to react on the fly. So I kind of talked about this in the last slide, but you can kind of see what we would be capped at is the 10%. And yes, that is greater than 3, but so then you're looking at about 2 months worth of payroll. So with the deferrals, while we greatly appreciate that the governor has recognized that deferrals put a large financial strain on the districts, his budget proposal only addresses next year. So the deferrals are still remaining for this year. We will continue to see deferrals in the current year. However, with utilizing the COVID dollars that we have already received and used those strategically, as well as the savings realized in areas such as substitutes, professional development, utilities, etc., we're confident that we will not need to go out for a trans in the current year. But we may end up having to borrow internally as we get towards the end of the year, and it just kind of depends on what other tax revenues come in as well. So, but that's good news because trans are not free, those do cost. So as I discussed earlier, the special education is only getting the 1.5% COLA. And what we wanted to focus on here is that as it relates to a high school district and reopening, you may recall from the 2020 budget that the governor had many proposals to increase special ed. Not all of those were in the final state budget. And while we do appreciate that that special ed is receiving a small COLA, it is an area that remains grossly underfunded. So these next few slides, these are part of the ones that are kind of not relevant to the same degree that they were when this first came out. And so we're kind of just going to brief through these. And then Candace will, on her presentation, go over more detail, some of the changes that have happened with these. So I'm going to kind of go through each one.
Oh, sure. Is that you passing it over to me, Alicia? That was very subtle. So the governor's budget proposal is full of all kinds of proposals, including the kitchen sink. When Alicia and I were putting this presentation together, besides sort of cheating and copying the or the relevant school services slides for the sake of time, we wanted to limit the proposals that we talked about with you to the ones that we thought were the most important to our Perris Union High School District budget situation. Because as Alicia said in the beginning, this is all subject to change. This is the governor's first proposal for the January budget. It is what we will be building and are building our second interim budget on, which we will present to you at the next regular board meeting. And again, that's subject to change. So this slide here talks about the new COVID-19 federal stimulus package. There's a new ESSER fund. It was named ESSER 2. I'd heard it being called ESSER 2.0, but I guess ESSER 2 is what stuck. That's about 3 times what we received in the original ESSER funds. So those are additional CARES or funding to make up the learning loss that our students are experiencing. So that's definitely welcome. Obviously, the higher education one shown there would not apply to us. GEAR, the governor has not yet determined his plan for, but definitely thankful for those ESSER dollars. And then the ones Alicia wanted me really to breeze through is the funding for reopening schools. I know we talked at length about this prior to developing our CSP, and I'm going to go through that again tonight. So we're not going to repeat ourselves, and so I'm just going to kind of breeze through these. We talked about the Safe Schools for All plan. We wanted to keep it in the presentation because I know Mr. Bennett keeps a drive for you to refer back to presentations. So we wanted you to have that information. The governor also proposed what was called a state expanded learning time and academic and intervention grant. I'm going to talk about that in our COVID-19 update as to what that has potentially turned into, because it's not yet been signed into law. So you want me to do this one, Alicia?
Sure, if you want.
Okay. So I think we covered a lot of this, but the governor's budget marks just the start in the process. We're very grateful for the strong recovery in the education budget, certainly, particularly retiring those deferrals. So several things that weren't proposed in the budget that, hopefully can change, but a very big one is liability for school districts as it relates to COVID-19. I know it's been talked about earlier tonight, and we're going to talk about it a little bit later, but that's something we have to keep in mind as we're planning year-end celebrations, as we're bringing back cohorts, that sort of thing. We have to make sure that we're following our COVID-19 safety plan because that protects our employees and it protects our students. And by doing that, it protects the district. There is not an ADA hold harmless provision for 21-22, nor is there an unduplicated pupil percentage hold harmless. For those that saw their low-income students drop. As you know, that does not apply to us, but this is the state budget picture that we're going over, and we're still very, very proud. We will remain proud of our school sites and our nutrition services staff for what they were able to do in identifying students for that unduplicated count. There are not additional STRS or PERS employer rate reduction. So as Alicia mentioned, that significantly impacts our budget. And then, we moved to the LCFF funding model. I'm forgetting the year, I think in 2012-13, looking for Alicia's head to tell me I'm right or I'm wrong. But more and more discretionary dollars, which is what we were moving away from to have local control of our funding. So more of those discretionary dollars are now being tied up in restrictive programs. So that ties our hands just a little bit. So with that, we are finished with our budget presentation and more than happy to answer any questions for you. Alicia's more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Raines. Trustee Ellison, please.
Not so much a question, just a statement. I'm really glad to see that you don't believe we're going to need to take out any trans for the deferrals, because that was something I was really worried about in terms of the cost it was going to be for our district to cover that for the amount of time that we're going to need to. So I'm glad to see that the trans are not, you don't think at this time are going to be necessary.
Me too.
Thank you, Trustee Ellison. Any other question from the other board members? No. Okay. I have a comment only. First of all, thank you, Ms. Raines and Alicia, for this excellent presentation. I'm really glad to see the future from the financial perspective. We are seeing some good news. And I noticed the ESSER funds, the GEAR funds. Are they similar in this range to the CARES funds that we used last semester? It's basically the
Yes,
similar.
yes, exactly. They're part of the CARES funds that we talked about in that specific presentation.
Okay.
I think is what you're referring to, yes.
And thank you for providing this information overall, right, from the state perspective. I'm really interested in looking forward for the presentation at the next board meeting of how these funds and these financial decisions are going to affect our Perris Junior High School district, right? And I know that you are going to go in depth and in detail explaining to us that process. So that's why I'm not going to be asking any questions on that, because I know that you are going to be addressing that. Thank you. Okay. If we don't have any other question, so we are going to continue with our meeting, and we are going to go to the next item, that is an oral report, 6.3 COVID-19 update.
Okay, and let me get that one brought up here as well. Oops, actually, I need to, one moment. All righty, I'll ask the same thing. Can I get confirmation that that's showing a thumb? Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I saw you first. Um, tonight, Mr. Bruff and I have the pleasure of giving you a COVID-19 update. I know that this is something that Dr. Newman generally took the lead on. Mr. Bruff keeps reminding me that he's like 4 days on the job. So I thought we would help him out a little bit and focus some of this on the CSP and some of the legislation that went into driving that. So anyway, I'm going to be batting lead. I shouldn't try sports analogies, batting lead off here. And oh, good. Thank you, Kirk. And I'll get going here.
Thank you, Candace. Miss Raines, you were very kind to tag team with me tonight.
Yes, just one moment, because I actually made it so small that I cannot see what I'm doing here. All right. So, as you likely recall, there's been a lot that's happened since the beginning of this calendar year. And so on December 30th, this will be just a little bit of a history lesson, but I'm going to go into the Safe Schools for All plan because it ultimately transpired into what we think will become AB 86 that will be passed into law. So there is a purpose for me going backwards here. So on December 30th, Governor Newsom announced a proposal that would encourage school districts or local education agencies to resume in-person instruction as soon as mid-February by providing incentive grants. Just a quick side note, I really remembered something Dr. Freeman said as it relates to Trustee Vallejo being new to school district administration and as a board member. So I tried very hard to spell out all of the acronyms, but if there's anything that I say that you don't understand, please just interrupt me. Of course, that goes for all of the board members. So the California Department of Education, or CDPH, followed that by releasing correspondence or corresponding guidance on January 14th of 2021. The proposal that the governor put forward included one-time funding in the range of $450 per student up to $700 per student. And what that did is it followed the LCFF funding methodology. So for districts like ours that have a relatively high unduplicated pupil percentage, or UPP, we would be more towards the higher range of that on the per student basis. So some of the specifics in that proposal was by February 16th of 2021, offering in-person instruction to students in grades TK through 2, which obviously that does not apply to us. But then the important piece here is and specialized cohorts across all grade spans. And that includes students with disabilities, foster and homeless youth, as well as students who are unable to participate in distance learning. And one very important distinguishing characteristic in this portion of the proposal was that it was all of those students who qualify for those specialized cohorts. So that would be a very large number of students. Another important thing to note there is we don't see English learners. We don't see any struggling students, seniors as an example, who may be behind in credits, but nonetheless, those were the 4 groups that the governor's proposal included. And that's going to be important when I explain AB 86 that differs just slightly. And then also by March 15th of 2021, school districts would need to expand in-person instruction by offering that to TK through 6, so moving from 2nd grade up through 6th grade. And then that's only if 6th grade is served at the elementary level. And I put that in there just so that we could keep that in mind as it relates to California Military Institute, though this is not their board meeting, of course. All right, moving on. High school districts were and are eligible to apply to receive this funding because of the specialized cohorts being a part of the proposal, as we discussed. In a situation like ours, where the case rate was and still is, depending upon which lens you look through, the case rate is still high. So counties like ours, where we reside in a high case rate, this would not take effect until the case rate dropped below 25 per 100,000 people per day. That had not occurred yet. As of either December 30th or January 14th or another milestone when the board approved the CSP on January 29th, but it since has occurred, and we're going to talk about the implications of that. However, once a school district did drop below, or a county rather, drop below that 25, then they had to offer in-person instruction, as I explained earlier, including to all the students in those specialized cohorts. So what did we have to do to potentially get this funding? Because we need to keep in mind at that time it was still just a proposal. And whoops, I didn't mean to go too far. All right. So we needed to submit to the by February 1st to the County Office of Education the newly required COVID-19 safety plan, or CSP, which we're all familiar with calling it now. That included 2 components. The first being the Cal OSHA required COVID prevention program that had previously been required based on their emergency temporary standards that came out sometime in November, I want to say, November 30th, I think, as well as the newly released CDPH checklist. And so that was part of our CSP. We had to post the CSP to our website, and it still exists there. We had to conduct ongoing COVID-19 testing for staff and students at the frequencies that are spelled out in that new CDPH guidance. And we are doing that for the cohorts that we've brought back. And then to submit to the County Office of Education memorandums of understanding with both our certificated and our classified bargaining units, indicating that they supported the implementation of our CSP. So I want to point out that this was due by February 1st in order to apply for funding that was not yet signed into law. So I fully recognize that this is certainly one of those situations where we were putting the cart before the horse. That was nothing other than we wanted to make sure that we remained eligible for that funding should it have come to fruition. It is not normally, how we operate based on proposals. But so we had that component. And I want to talk about the CDPH guidance that I referred to that came out on January 14th. The first thing I want to mention is CDPH guidance is a public health directive. I know it can seem confusing when we use the word guidance, but when it comes from a health department, it really is a directive. So that's important to keep in mind. I think as educators, we read things like may and, we don't normally think of that as shall. We think of that a little bit differently, but that's important to note. So in the CDPH guidance, it does not allow for schools in grades 7 through 12 to reopen or to open at all in the purple tier. There was at one time a waiver that could have been applied for, but now we just have to follow this particular new guidance. But what it does allow for school districts that are not able to reopen, you may follow the cohorting guidance that was previously given to us in September. And so I want to remind all of us that a stable cohort is a group of no more than 14 students and 2 adults. They did provide a later clarification that really what that means is 16 people, so long as no more than 14 of those people are students. So just that clarification. And then stable cohorts are just that, they are stable. They move together. You don't have people coming in and out of those cohorts. That keeps people safe, but it also does present some challenges, right? So if we have a teacher that's out ill, we can't bring in a substitute teacher. So there are definitely some challenges, but the rules are put in place keeping safety in mind. As I said before, stable cohorts can't mix, even with one individual. And when you have one individual mix between cohorts, now what you have is a big cohort. And so we actually recently sought clarification on this from Dr. Kaiser, who is the public health officer, if you're unaware, because one of the things he had said to us a couple of weeks ago is to remind us of this, as he knew many of us were bringing back more and more cohorts in conjunction with, or at the same time with, bringing back athletic conditioning, sports outside of conditioning starting up. And so one thing we have to keep in mind, as an example, if we have a student who is an athlete, let's say they're on cross country, but they also would be eligible in one of these cohorts, if that student then became a positive case, so that student tests positive for COVID-19, that student was not just in one, well, really the student was in one very large cohort, because he or she was in 2 different groups. And so the clarification that we sought was, Dr. Kaiser, are you telling us as the public health officer that we may not allow a student to be in one cohort, or are you simply advising us to remember and to keep that in mind as we implement more and more in-person instruction or activities on campus, that's something we should keep in mind for when we may have to do contact tracing, when we may have to suspend a cohort or an athletic team based on an infection or something like that. And so he clarified that is what he meant, but that is something we need to keep in mind as we're bringing more and more activities on campus, because the more people go between the different activities, the more of a chance that there is, there's no pretty way to say this, of just shutting everything back down very quickly and spreading COVID-19 throughout the campus. So we want to be very careful and strategic in how we plan going forward, okay?
Ms. Rains, before you go to the next slide, can you come back to the previous one, please?
I sure can.
Thank you. The reason that I ask is because I would like to summarize this and kind of keep those elements in mind to see things in perspective. So the California Department, the CDPH guidance, we consider that a directive. We understand that. So schools 7 to 12, so Perris Union, we cannot reopen while we are in the purple tier. In order to in what color would we be allowed to reopen? The red, or do we have to go to the yellow?
The red.
The orange, the red.
No,
Okay.
no, no. Yes, red.
Red. Okay. In order to get to the red, we need to have two variables: less than 7 cases per 100,000, and the testing positivity rate needs to be less than 8%. At the end of January, you shared with us, or Dr. Newman, that the number of cases per 100,000, they were over 100 for 100,000. However, in the last month, the data that we kept seeing is a huge decrease, huge decline, and we are very happy to see that. That's why I want to bring this, because this is so important. And we had promised our parents and our community and our students that we are embracing data and science. Now, data and science is pointing in the right direction. A few days ago, the number of cases per 100,000, I believe the last time that I heard was 16 cases per 100,000 in our county. To get to red, less than 7. Do you know what is the number of cases at this time?
I do, and I actually have it a little bit later in my presentation. If I could get the right screen to open, I'm just going to go ahead and answer you. So that the adjusted
Dr.
case 11 point.
Knows the answer. Go ahead, Dr. Freeman.
Thank you. I'm glad that both you and Ms. Raines have brought this up, because I've been concerned that people don't seem to understand that we cannot at this time reopen our schools for in-class instruction. We are not TK through 6 at the elementary level. They are two different issues. I also seem to remember that, I know I missed the last meeting, but I seem to recall reading that one of the trustees made a statement that I thought of as well, and I wanted to share mine, that I agree that there's going to be a point rapidly approaching where it would actually be, in my opinion, counterproductive to attempt to go back to in-person instruction, even if the data says that we could. We would have too much disruption of the instruction. We would have to be doing too much. I mean, it would be requiring too much of our teachers to transfer immediately from distance learning to in-class instruction, or even hybrid at a particular point in time. And I really think we're rapidly approaching that point. Also, we do have some testing that comes up, and so what that comes to the latter part of the year that we have to focus on. And again, this type of issue would negatively, in my opinion, impact how we would do that. I really think that at this point, unless it does it very quickly, I believe that we have made the correct decision, that we are going to be continuing distance learning for the remainder of this school year. I know how particularly the seniors would, but in the whole case of things, I really believe that we are doing the right thing and the right purpose. It just needs to be really, really, really publicized, and that people understand that at this point in time, we don't have a choice. We cannot go back to instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Freeman. That is an excellent point. Thank you for sharing that. Ms. Raines, coming back to a summary of this slide to look at things in perspective. What is the number of cases per 100,000 today?
The adjusted case rate as of Tuesday, so yesterday, is 11.3. So it did change from the 16 you referenced. Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so we can see that pattern, right? And the data is going down. 11.3 at the beginning of March. At the end of January, we were over 100. What about testing positivity rate? We need to have, to get to the red, less than 80%. How are we looking? How are we doing there in our county?
Let me go there as well. So our positivity rate as of the most recent data is 5.8%.
Okay, so we are meeting that parameter, right?
So we have to
we are meeting it. Okay, so we are still in purple because we are at 11 11.1, and we need to be below 7%.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
And 11.3,
3.
I'm sorry, 11.3. So we are really close. So just to look at things in perspective, we have the directive, we cannot do anything during purple tier until we get to red. In order to get to red, we need 2 parameters. We are meeting 1. The other one, we are close. And then we can have the conversation in terms of the decision, right? To look into that. Thank you for including about the cohorts also. I have an idea about the cohorts, and thank you for clarifying about mixing the students. They have to be there. That is so important in order to a potential implementation of an idea that I would like to talk about at the appropriate time. Okay, thank you.
All right, so I have so far in laying the foundation, and I know that laying the foundation is taking a little bit of time, but I do think it is so important so that we understand the parameters that we can work within, as well as we know how that they have changed, so that we remember why we proposed certain ideas and why you approved those. So I first talked about the Safe Schools for All proposal. I know we were very clear in that it was just a proposal at that time. It has since evolved. And remember, that was all students in the specialized cohorts. With the CDPH guidance, we could offer cohorts. So we may provide those cohorts through the stable cohort model, but we were not and are not through CDPH required to offer that to every single student that falls within certain categories. And that's just important to keep in mind. And so with these 2 pieces of information, which is what we had at the end of January, we developed and recommended to you a COVID-19 safety plan that had certain components. And we had to use both of those pieces of information because that CSP was required by February 1st in order to potentially apply for this money, which of course has changed by now. And so we had different elements because Mr. Bruff is going to use the terms phases as he talks about these different numbers. I'm going to adopt that as well to avoid some confusion. So phase 1 of our CSP as it related to cohorts, because that's all we were allowed to do at that time, was to bring back the 3 pilot cohorts that we had previously started in November of 2020, and then at that time had since suspended based on the very high case rates. And so we had planned to bring those back. Once the regional stay-home order had been lifted, those would be brought back within 2 weeks. Off the top of my head, I'm not remembering the day the stay-home order was lifted, but that has since happened, and we have since brought those cohorts back. They actually came back on February 9th, so backtrack 2 weeks from then, and we'll be at about that date. I can't remember. So phase 1 is fully implemented. Phase 2 said when the adjusted case rate fell below 50 per 100,000, then we would bring back up to 25% of those required specialized cohorts under the Safe Schools for All plan. Remember, that's only the Safe Schools for All, not CDPH, within 1 month as practical. Well, when did we fall below 50 per 100,000? That occurred on February 9th. So we are planning to bring back additional cohorts, and Mr. Bruff will get more into the details on those beginning March 9th, so that we are in line with the approved CSP that we have. And then the third phase, when the adjusted case rate falls below 25 per 100,000, we would bring back all specialized cohorts as required by the Safe Schools for All plan within 1 month. So the next question, when did we fall below 25 per 100,000? The answer to that is February 23rd. So based on our current CSP, we would now be required to offer cohorts to every single student falling within those 4 categories within 1 month. There is no up to, there is no as practicable. We built this CSP based on the more restrictive elements of either of those plans. So in my mind and for our part of our recommendation will be that we modify our CSP to not be that restrictive because that is a lot of students on campus. That's a lot to mobilize because, as Dr. Arau indicated, the numbers moved in the right direction, which is good, and they moved there very fast, which is good. But in all practicality, it's not enough time to mobilize quite that quickly, nor are we required to do so any longer. There are some other requirements that we're going to talk about. The fourth element, it isn't really a phase, but it was the district considering other at-risk student groups. Remember, I said, I think in the very first slide, the governor's proposal did not include English learners. It did not include seniors who may be at risk of not graduating, those sorts of things. And we wanted to make sure, and that was part of our original recommendation to you, that we did not forget about those students. And so that's why we included those in our CSP. And then similarly, as required by the plan, so step 5 is not really a phase again there. Students who do qualify for those special cohorts would not, of course, be required to come on campus. They would have the option of coming in person in a cohort model or continuing with distance learning. Any questions before I lay a little bit of foundation of where we are numbers wise and then move into the newest legislation? So our new set of rules. Okay. So Dr. Arau, you spoke so eloquently on this. You can certainly help me out here should I mess this up. But as you know, we fall under the blueprint for the safer economy and the different tier assignments. We've seen this many times before, but I just wanted to provide this to you so that we had it fresh in our heads. Dr. Arau did a great job of indicating for us when we would move from the purple to the red tier, from widespread to substantial, and that is when we go to 7 or less on that adjusted case rate, as well as less than 8% on the testing positivity. You can see on the right side of your screen there what the counties across the state look like, and you can see most of them are purple still. And so now let's get into a little bit of data. And so what this shows is our tier assignments and what they looked like each week since the implementation of the blueprint for a safer economy. So as Dr. Arau was indicating, when we wrote our CSP, that was the week of January 19th. The cases per 100,000 was 148.4. The adjusted case rate was 95.9. We are obviously in a very significantly different place today than we were on January 19th or even January 26th, which was the most recent data that the board had when you approved the CSP that we proposed to you. And so when we look at the data from yesterday, we hit 11 for our new cases, and then that adjusted case rate, which is the metrics we go by for all of the things that we're talking about, both that was in the Safe School for All plan, within the CDEPH guidance, and in the new proposed legislation I'm going to talk about. So the adjusted case rate is the key element to look at. So I mean, it's great that our data is going in the right direction, but as with all things that we've experienced this last year, and by the way, if you don't recall, in 10 days it will be 1 year from when we made the announcement of schools closing. So that just kind of hit me like a ton of bricks this morning as I drove in. Okay, so that is all of the foundation, and I look back in history and I look at where we are today. And now what I want to talk about is Assembly Bill 86. So on February 18th, the legislature released Senate Bill 86 and an identical Assembly Bill 86 that encompassed what they believed was most of the governor's proposed Safe Schools for All plan. So on February 18th, we still did not have any solid rules, so to speak, on what drove us to create our CSP. On March 1st, the governor made an announcement that a deal had been reached with the legislature, with both houses, to provide $2 billion for in-person instruction grants. That's the same $2 billion that was included in the budget proposal that Alicia and I spoke about earlier, but didn't go into detail. And it's the same $2 billion we talked about in the Safe Schools for All proposal, as well as $4.6 billion for what is now called Expanded Learning Opportunities grants. The good news is this is progressing quickly after very contentious negotiations and a little bit of finger pointing if you followed the news as this was released. But AB 86 was amended on March 1st to reflect the deal that the lawmakers reached over this very past weekend. As I said, it brought an end to months-long debate over what reopening look like between the governor, the legislature, and other key education stakeholders. AB 86 was approved by the legislature and their respective budget committees yesterday on March 2nd. A vote is expected on the full floors of both houses tomorrow. And then we expect that the governor will sign this bill very quickly, probably as early as this Friday. So we don't have anything solid for you today, but it's looking very good in that, you know, everybody seems to agree, but we'll just have to kind of wait to see what happens tomorrow and wait to see what happens with the governor's signature on that. So what does AB 86 mean for us for in-person instruction? I put together a little chart here. So while we are in purple, which is where we are at now, it would require transitional kindergarten through grades 12 to offer specialized cohorts. So that is the same as the Safe Schools for All proposal. And TK through 2 when there's an adjusted daily case rate of below 25. The key distinction here, and I'm going to talk about this again in a minute, is we offer those specialized cohorts. I want to make sure I get the right word. Oh, I lost it. I'll get it on the next slide, but as practical. And so that's good news. However, when we move into the red, orange, and yellow tiers, so remember in the CDPH guidance, when we move into red, we may reopen, but we weren't required to reopen. That then made it a local decision by the 5 of you. Under this proposal, AB 86, while it's not required, because like the Safe Schools for All proposal, this is to provide an incentive financially if we do. It doesn't require that we do, but we will not get the funds if we do not. So if we move into red, we would be required to offer at least one middle or high school grade level in-person instruction. Very important clarification, that does not mean cohorts. That means true in-person instruction. That does not mean 5 days a week for 6 hours a day either. It can mean the hybrid model, and it can be as little as 1 day a week. It can be as much as 5 days a week, but we have to offer, to get these funds, at least one middle or high school grade level. Okay. Any questions there? I feel like I might have, dropped really important information. Are we okay? Keep moving on. Okay.
Yeah, we are okay. I have a question in terms of grade level, because as you know, at the high school, we might have seniors who are at the 12th grade level. And I'm thinking about the seniors this year, and later on I'm going to expand my ideas on potentially support them. But also, we don't have a pure senior class in terms of classes. You know, we might have seniors, juniors taking classes with seniors, even some sophomores who are taking advanced classes. They are also with seniors. So something to start thinking about. We have time, right? But when we get to the red tier, on how we can support our seniors.
And I think
expand on the direction.
PresidentAux, Ms. Raines is doing a good job of framing this. And when I take over the presentation in a moment, we're going to talk to you about some of those proposed options. So that's where we're heading. So we're looking forward to that part.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Groff. Thank you.
Okay, so and again, this is a minimum. It is not a maximum. $500,000 for the district between now and the end of the year. One of the important things, and we had to seek clarification on this, we actually just received it this afternoon, is so let's just suppose we stay above 7 through the first week of April. And then we move from purple to red. How much time do we have to mobilize and react? The answer to that, I told Mr. Bennett today, sometimes you don't get the answer you want when you ask a question, but at least we have an answer that provides some clarity. And so that clarification we received is the day that you move into red, apparently you were supposed to have a very good crystal ball to know that that was going to happen and to have those students in class that day. But because no one here will be able to have that accurate of a crystal ball and make that happen on the turn of a dime there. The penalty of these dollars for not reacting as fast as you should is 1% per day. So we will need to, and I'll talk about our proposal in a minute, when we are rewriting our CSP, we will need to contemplate how much time we will need to mobilize. And that time frame shortens, right, when we have a good plan of attack going into it, right? So we'll be working on that. As it relates to the testing, there's really nothing different here other than when we rewrite our CSP, we actually have to be a little bit more specific in how we're going to, not just how we're going to do the testing, but how we're going to monitor the testing, how we're going to monitor the results, what are we going to do specifically district policy wise when we receive those results and that sort of thing. So you'll see a little bit more robust CSP. And then I mentioned before in the Safe Schools for All plan that it only included those 4 groups, but you can see here the specialized cohorts are actually expanded. They now do include English learners, disengaged students, etc. So that was good to see that those students are recognized as well. Okay, I'm going to switch gears for just a moment. Also included in AB 86 that I think we hope is passed this week is funding that would be distributed based on the school district's LCFF funding profile, as well as an additional $1,000 per homeless student. This pot of money is about $8 million for Perris Union High School District. This funding can be used for various strategies to accelerate learning, address needs of our students, such as extended learning time, professional development, programs to address social emotional learning, access to school meals. There's really a number of things that we can do. What that looks like yet for Perris Union, we don't know, but those are the parameters. At least 85% of these funds must be used for activities that are provided in person, and up to 15% of the funds for activities that happen remotely. In addition to that, or as part of that rather, at least 10% of the grant proceeds must be used to employ paraprofessionals. The rationale behind that is again, the learning loss and helping to support students. These funds, and I neglected to mention the funds out of the $2 billion pot are available for use through August 31st of 2022. Now, in order to apply for these funds, we have to have a plan that's adopted by June 1st of 2021 that would detail how we would use the funds. So stay tuned there. Definitely more to come. It's my belief that tonight we should be focusing on the CSP revisions and what we're going to do within those parameters of AB 86. So I'm going to move on, and I have one more slide before Bob gets into cohorts and in person, and then I will wrap it up with our year-end activities. So what we believe our next steps would be is, as I've been saying, to revise our COVID-19 safety plan. At a minimum, that needs to align with the California Department of Education, the CDPH guidelines, and not more like the original Safe Schools for All plan provided, and at maximum with the provisions of AB 86, so that we are not restricted in what we do unnecessarily. And again, once that's signed into law. We would need to develop plans in accordance with AB 86, including expanding those specialized cohorts, and this is the language I wasn't quite remembering on the previous slide, up to our maximum practical capacity. So we would need to do a lot of legwork on our side on the district and looking at and seeing what that looks like. Planning certainly will need to include all of our different COVID-19 task force subcommittees. And we, as you may recall, we have those in lots of different areas, facilities and operations, instruction, master schedule. So there's a lot of work to be done now that we have this new set of guidelines. And then we would plan to bring that revised CSP to you as a board for consideration and approval on March 17th at your next regularly scheduled board meeting. However, Mr. Board President and Mr. Superintendent, or at a special meeting later in March, if perhaps the details of AB 86 are not known by the time we would have to publish the March 17th agenda. So while we will work as expeditiously as possible, we also want to make sure we get it right and bring forward a good plan to you. And so we may ask for some flexibility in that regard, because we are required to submit the CSP again to the county office and to the local health department in this case as well by April 1st. So that would be our deadline there. With that, I've done a lot of talking, and I'm going to turn it over to Bob now to tell us what all this means through his lens. And I'll drive for you here, Bob.
Oh, thank you. Well, first, I want to thank Ms. Raines for that's a pretty thorough and concise, and it's a tough thing to make concise overview, because she not only, as you realized, has to go over the history, but the moment by moment changes that have occurred. And it's pretty interesting to be presenting to all of you, and we're giving you dates like this was introduced on March 1st, and you look down at your calendar, so that was 2 days ago, and it's going to be voted on tomorrow. So we're moving, and we're being agile and flexible as things develop. And we owe that to our students and our constituencies that we serve. So we're in the midst of it, but she gave a very thorough overview. So now that you know kind of the parameters, and we're thrilled, as Dr. Arauk said, to know that those numbers are dropping, we have this amazing opportunity to provide interventions and services to kids. How are we going to do that? So let's talk about, and remember, as I'm presenting here, we're now operating under our current CSP plan and that cohort model that has those parameters. And then at the end, I'll speak briefly where we'll pivot to and expand out should AB 86 get voted on and we continue to make the drops that President Arauk spoke about when we enter the red. So let's talk about cohort expansion first of all. Phase one is what we're currently doing, and you're all very aware of these. And at Paloma Valley High School, we've got a special education cohort serving our moderate and severe students. At Perris High School, we have an English language learner cohort, and that's focused primarily on our newcomers, because you can imagine the challenges of being a newcomer and new language and social skills and everything that encompasses. And Perris High School is trying to really support those students. And then we have Heritage High School that's sort of a blend. They have special education, a mild moderate program, and that includes both English language learners and some struggling seniors. So that's what's currently been happening. We started those. We had the lockdown, and we then had to open back up to what was. And this is what was and is currently been going on. So what could be? What would the next phase look like? And if we could go to the next slide, Ms. Raines. And again, we hit that running clock based on our CSP on February 9th. So 4 weeks from February 9th is March 9th. And that is a week from yesterday. It is next Tuesday. So we needed to scale up quickly. And we've got one group at the California Military Institute, and we're looking at-risk seniors there. These are seniors who are in danger of not making it to that graduation end zone. They're not making it to the final graduation line, and they're going to do everything they can to offer support and intervention. You should know that what we're looking at is, let's keep in mind that has to be a cohort of 14 students or less and up to 2 adults. We also know that bringing 14 kids back, we can't really do that with our regular teachers because they have to keep providing the synchronous and asynchronous instruction to their students. Particularly when you think of what Dr. Raux mentioned earlier, you have mixed classes, you have teachers who rarely teach one grade level. They often and normally do teach multiple grade levels. So we're envisioning an intervention approach, a support approach, where we would bring in up to 14 seniors there, and we would have 2 guest teachers who would serve to support those students. They could take their classes synchronous and asynchronous, but those teachers, guest teachers, would help them with assignments, would help them focus, can help them reach out to their teachers and possibly make up other assignments that are missing, can coach them in all the ways that we would want students to be coached and supported. So this is an intervention model to work on learning loss and not recover credits, but make sure that we're not losing credits, if that makes sense. That we do not, we can't let seniors not grab the credits right now and then look at credit recovery later. This is the moment. This is their lives. We need to help them in this moment to not lose credits, but to get every credit they can and make it to the finish line. So I will come back to that more, and please feel free to interrupt me at any time if you have questions. At Pentecote Middle School, we're looking at an intervention group, and these would be students who are just struggling in various ways. Depression, lacking motivation, needing extra help, technology issues. So they're looking at an intensive group of students who need support. They're looking at, in this case, we have one teacher who does want to come back and work with the students, and he would be paired with our intervention counselor. And they're going to be offering the same kind of support that I talked about the senior group. But of course, there are young middle schoolers who are so vulnerable. So they will be getting those same kind of supports and interventions. The last one is a really, precious group and an at-risk group, and that's our pathway for adult learning skills. And those are our diploma track seniors, a senior who's not 18, but remember our special ed students have opportunities all the way up to the age of 22. But they, like every student, are excited about their graduation and earning that diploma. And so they are a very at-risk group, and we're bringing them back for support from their teacher, who will come back and offer them in-person instruction and support. So that's what's going to happen next Tuesday to meet that burden of an uptick that was ignited on March 9th when our clock began to tick under our current CSP rules. Are there any questions about next Tuesday before I move on to the grander scale up and phase 3, which is a lot more kids and speaks to some of the senior concerns that Dr. Raux was alluding to? Any questions about next Tuesday before I move on? No? Okay, I'm seeing a few shaking heads. No? Then if we could go to the next slide, and this is the one that's really, really exciting. When we look at our at-risk seniors, we have to ask the question, as we scaled up, what opportunities do we have and who do we bring back? Because obviously we have so many struggling kids, we'd like to bring them all back. But remember, Ms. Rains said as practical, and as practical means as what's truly safe under these guidelines. So we are feeling what you all alluded to earlier, that our seniors are our most at-risk students at the moment. And particularly any seniors who are in those other groups of being potentially homeless or foster or ELs or special education or having social emotional needs. So we're looking at seniors who are struggling, and we're looking at bringing expanded cohorts up. Now, please keep in mind, students have the option to come back. We're inviting them to this intervention option. They have every opportunity to say, you know what, I'm fine. I want to stay at home. I don't want to come to school. I want to keep doing my instruction, synchronous and asynchronous with my teachers. Just as we spoke about the senior group before, we can't bring our teachers back to do direct instruction. That would be the best of all possible scenarios. But many of our students will stay home and they need their teachers teaching the good lessons that we're providing, both synchronous and asynchronous. So we'll identify at-risk seniors. We will bring them in of cohorts of up to 14, and there will be 2 guest teachers with those at-risk seniors offering the same kind of interventions and support that we spoke about earlier. My great team of directors and I are working on a training on March 11th, because I want to thank Human Resources, Mr. Skorpanich and his team, because they've been actively already reaching out to guest teachers, trying to get them to come back so that we could do a training for them on how to best do intervention work, learning loss work, support. What does it look like to be an interventionist, where you're not necessarily doing direct instruction, but you're helping support the work of the regular teachers and what they're providing. So we could bring back up to 4 cohorts at each site, and I'll talk to you about where I get that number from, and then we could even scale up beyond that. And we're hoping to do that in late March. Another cohort group that could come back would be our English language learners, newcomers in grades 9 through 11. And the reason for that is, what I already outlined a little bit, that obviously these are students that need extra additional support. And then we would also be looking at bringing back our SAI, special academic instruction, through grades 9 through 11. And this is different because this could be our actual teachers coming back, because if you're familiar with that program, those teachers have small caseloads and they don't always give direct instruction. They support those students as they go out for other classes. You might remember this was called the RSP model previously years ago, but it's the special academic instruction. So they could come back with their already small group of kids and provide the support in all of the classes, just as they would if kids were in school in person in a regular year. So those are the 3 cohorts that we would be looking at as we scale up in a much bigger way in late March. Do you have any questions or thoughts? This is a nice time to pause. Dr. Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Brough. First of all, I want to start with the question. Is the next slide about phase 4, or is there more information? I just don't want to interrupt.
No, and it was until, and I will speak to that, it was going to be phase 4 until we got this news on March 1st. So when we were preparing this for you, there was a phase 4, and I can speak to you about what that was. It dug deeper into possible juniors and avoiding credit loss and other things. But I'm going to be speaking to you about if this gets voted on, AB 86 tomorrow, then we've got to pivot a little bit away from a cohort model and start talking about bringing a whole grade level back. And it's too much to encompass a phase 4 and a whole grade level. So there was, but there's no longer a phase 4. Phase 4 will kind of be, or will be, that whole grade level approach that I'll talk about in a few minutes.
Okay, a few questions for phase 3 and then the grade level. On phase 3, are we looking at our seniors, at promised seniors, coming to school every day?
No, what the CSP plan says is 2 days a week from 8 to 12. So we are beholding to that CSP plan, COVID safety plan. And that is one reason I think Ms. Raines is being very prudent in that maybe we want to revisit that, because we are tied to the parameters that we set in that plan. If we redo it by March 17th, we could expand those opportunities out. We could offer more cohorts if we reduce that and maybe do a Monday, Wednesday cohort and a Tuesday, Thursday cohort and expand cohorts out, which would be very beneficial too as we look at a whole grade level coming back.
Okay. And these cohorts that we are talking about, phase 3, is under the purple tier, right? We are still under the purple tier. So,
yes, sir.
Okay. what is going to happen? Have we started thinking about how are we going to support our students? In 1 month, we went for 148 at the end of January to 16 and 11.3 today. We are really close. We are already meeting that positivity rate to go into the red. We are really close from, what is that, 4.3 cases per 100,000 to get into the red tier.
Yes.
Are we already working into that process, how that is going to look like? That's why I was thinking about the phase 4, because
Yes.
we need to start looking into that. We are seeing that trend, how
Yes.
it goes down. Maybe next week or in 2 weeks, we are going to be into the red tier, right?
Yes.
So my suggestion, or I would like to make the request with the support of the other board members, is to start getting ready for that grade level because it's coming up. Let's be positive, right? And how we are going to support our students. And my recommendation at this time would be our seniors. How are we going to support our seniors? And right now we are looking at the risk seniors, but I would like to see the whole spectrum, not only at risk students who are doing well and our top students also. They deserve that opportunity. You know, class of 2021, I feel for them because class of 2020, they missed the end of the year activities. But you know what? They have some part at the beginning during first semester. They went to homecoming dance, winter formal, the football season and all of that. Our current seniors class of 2021, they haven't been able to participate on anything. And I know that we're going to talk about end of the year activities and graduation later on this meeting. But can we start considering how are we going to work this out for our seniors, if that is the decision of the board to select that grade level, to give them the opportunity, because they are not going to be here in August. Our juniors, sophomores, and freshmen, we have more years to come, for them to enjoy at least 2 months or 2 months or 3 months of, well, March, April, and May, right, in their senior process. Again, maybe 2 days a week. Somehow, I really would like to provide that opportunity for our seniors. They deserve at least something like that. It is really important to start doing that with time and getting prepared. Even though if it's just 1 week or 2 weeks to prepare, let me just give you this example. We went from in-person to distance learning over a weekend. Friday, March 13, we were in person. And in 2 days, by Monday, 13, 14, 15, by Monday, March 16, we were in distance learning. There was no transition time. There was nothing. And we didn't know, we didn't have experience on distance learning. Now we are going to do the opposite, and we have a few weeks to do that. So I really would like to start working on that transition plan.
Well, I think you'll be pleased because I'm about to speak to that next. And even though it doesn't say phase 4, that is exactly what I'm talking about. And you and our superintendent are of like mind and spirit. And my team has been working furiously this week on that very thing. So I am going to speak a little of that in a moment and tell you the planning that's been done and the direction we're heading. Again, it is a direction because we're waiting for a few things. How does that vote go tomorrow and what are the rules going to be? But given what we think it's going to be and what has been released, and given the background that Ms. Rains has outlined, I can tell you in just a moment where the planning we're doing so that we can engage immediately, as you're saying. I hear you say right now, don't wait for the approval and then get the ideas and then start planning, Mr. Bruff. I want you to start planning on a couple of options right now so that as soon as we get the green light, you can hit the gas. And that's what my team's been doing all week under the guidance of Mr. Bennett, who, again, was asked us to focus on seniors just as you have and the board are focusing.
Thank you, Mr. Bruff. Any comments or questions from the other trustees? Trustee Stafford, please. And then Trustee Nelson.
Yeah, I tried to wait because it seems you guys are answering my questions as you go through the presentation. So, just two things with the teachers and staffs and vaccination and that sort of thing. Is that going to be required, or where do we stand with that? And getting enough teachers back to open these cohorts.
I
Well,
saw my colleague, Mr. Skorpanich, unmute, and that's his arena. So I'm going to let him
okay,
respond to that one.
Yeah,
okay, her still there. Good.
yeah, and yeah, absolutely. I'm just sorry because I don't have a good light on this side right now. So that is actually a question that's being asked throughout the state right now, but at this point in time, it is not required for them to come back. And
Mhm.
so that's not a requirement of any of our regular classroom teachers, our classified employees, or even our guest teachers.
But
Okay.
with that in mind, Mr. Stafford, I want you to know we are encompassing that. No matter what the official rule was, we understand people may have hesitation. And that's why we're looking at guest teachers coming on and our regular teachers continuing to provide their normal instruction. And it also pivots back to the point Mr. Freeman made earlier that at what point, even if we can do everything and come back, is it just not practical and it's too big a shift if there's only a certain not very much school left? Even if you can, should we? So these are delicate decisions to be made, and we think, as I speak in the time to come, we have considered that point that you're making.
Okay. Um, the other thing, I get a lot of letters from everywhere about considerations for sports consideration. It's expanding now as our numbers are going down. I'm getting more letters on more. Of course, people want more. They see that we're going in the right direction, but consideration. I do agree with Dr. Rao on doing as much as we can for the seniors. This is their last. They didn't even get a year. Um, so as much as we could do, and I see that you have that, in one of your cohorts for the at risk. But as Dr. Rao said, all of the seniors, that would graduate, there's just try to give that more consideration. It would be special. It's going to be something hard to do. I do agree.
Well,
But
Ms. Rains is going to talk about the events at the end of the year, at the very end of our presentation here. But where I'm moving to in a moment is talking about if we get that green light to bring back an entire class, that is the class that Mr. Bennett has asked us to focus on. It's the one we all feel is, the appropriate one given everything you're talking about. So that will be the class and I'm going to speak in a moment. If I could just close out this next slide, because the next slide will finish out the cohort model. Because
Mr. Bro,
yes, sir.
sorry, we have another question or comment
Oh, I'm
from
sorry.
Mr. Nellison.
Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you too much here, but I did want to reiterate that, yeah, like Mr. Stafford, and I'm sure all the board members, we've been getting letters like crazy, emails from everywhere, talking about opening schools completely, talking about getting sports involved, it runs the whole gamut because, like Mr. Stafford said, we're getting close to the numbers where we can you will hopefully be able to start doing stuff like that. I just wanted to throw my hat in the fact that we need to do something for these seniors, and I understand that that's where you're about to go, but they're the ones who are really I have the most empathy for in this school year, because they have gotten completely everything in their senior year, which is supposed to be the 1 year of high school where it's the most memorable because you're top of the class and you're big man on campus, that type of thing. All that's been taken away from them. All dances, all sporting events, everything. And we've got to do something for them in the last year, as anything we can, as long as we're being safe. So I just wanted to talk about that, but I understand that you're about to go into more depth, so I'm going to let you go.
Well, thank you. And I just, on a personal note, I can tell you I'm feeling this very acutely. I have a darling young lady. She's a senior in high school, my daughter this year. And so this isn't only a data point for me, it's a reality. And she's making the best of it. It's great. She's been doing terrific. So, but, of course, she misses out on all these things, and all of our students are missing out. Well, I'm going to move to that in just a moment. so I'll try to make this as quick as I can, but let's envision for a moment, we're still under our CSP. We're looking at the cohort model, the 14 students with 2 assisting adults, an intervention approach. Well, which that's doesn't mean we can help every senior. We're going to move to that in a moment. Which seniors are we going to help right now under that cohort model in late March? And we've identified seniors that are in danger of not graduating with 130 credits or less, or 185 or less. And that is the target group for right now. Another consideration that's going to be coming to you that I think you're hearing throughout the state and probably letters you're getting is, do we remember last year you moved that goalpost back given the hardships to 130? So do we need to make a similar move this year to 185, which is the alternative ed demarcation, or even back down to the 130, the state minimum? That is a decision that you will have to deliberate on and make a decision on, that's coming up perhaps on the 17th. Once we get that decision, whether we're going to stay at 225 or move to 185 or lower, will really help us as we do these interventions, because the kind of advice we might give kids and seniors will be different based on where that finish line is. So please keep that in mind. I'm just teeing that up for you as I know you're constantly weighing these heavy decisions, but that will, once that decision's made, it really affects how we can engage students for interventions. But we are going to, whatever the line is, we will get as many of them, across it and to that graduation line. So these are the students by school that will be invited to those cohorts in late March to help them and ensure that they get the extra help that they need. Okay, so if we, I will now pivot back to what's so much on your minds and your hearts as you spoke, and that is, when we're able to bring a single grade level back, it will be seniors, all seniors who want to return. We are no longer limited by the 14 cohort number, but we still are limited by social distancing. So we can't bring 36 kids and put them in a room. We know we'll be polling our students and asking them, should that happen, who wants to come back? And based on those numbers, we can begin crafting to do that early planning that Dr. Arauk spoke of, how many rooms we will need, how many kids we can put in each room, how many guest teachers we will have. And these will be guest teachers because teachers will still need to be teaching all 4 grade levels that they're committed to, and those seniors who choose not to come in to school for the instructional opportunities. So there's lots of moving parts to this, but at that point, we will be inviting every senior back who wants to come, but we have to do so safely and as practical to ensure everyone's health and wellness. So that is what we are planning for, and I want you all to know that we're not waiting to plan. We are planning furiously and carefully. And again, as we get developments and things come to light, as AB 86 is voted on, we'll be able to solidify more and more for you. And I think we can bring you something definitive on the 17th. But that planning is happening, and we want to give those seniors every opportunity we can. And I think, unless there's questions about that, that might be a good segue to those end of year activities that are, people are so passionate about. But before we pivot back to Ms. Rains, yes, Mr. Nelson?
Sorry, I just have one question about how many students are we looking to get into a classroom per class? About how many do we think we can fit with social distancing in each classroom?
It's hard to answer that because it varies so much by site. I mean, if you look at, Mr. Alfred's site that has some very small classrooms, to Paloma that has some very big classrooms, it's hard to give you a definitive answer across the district. I think there's some reason to look at small numbers. Even if we could put in more, we have this care money. We know we want to keep them small. So if we put in 20, 22 students, if you want a sort of roundabout number, but in some cases it would be less. That would be the option with, a guest teacher to support them in the work that they're doing in their classes. But we
Okay,
again
thank
have to look at the safe distancing.
Yes, I fully understand that. Thank you for that. Thank you for, I know it's not an exact number, but thank you for that roundabout number.
Yes, sir.
And if I could add in there, Mr. Bruff, so we have set up the classrooms right now to each of their maximum occupancies at 6 feet apart. You may or may not have noticed in the most recent CDPH guidance, it used to be 6 feet if practical. Now 6 feet is 6 feet. There's a little bit of wiggle room there, but we don't want to go there. So Mr. Bruff is right. I mean, 18 to 22 in most cases. Kind of depends on what other furniture was in the class.
So about half of what we normally get into a class.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Probably. Trustee Stafford?
I hate to steer you a different direction, but I have to ask while we're on the subject of classrooms, and the thing that was really bothering me was the ventilation of the classrooms, since we have our buildings that windows don't open and things, the airflow, things like that. Also, I made a suggestion you might want to put some more staff on in order to keep the campus as it begins to fill up. So the ventilation has really been on my mind, and I just want to push you to try to give us some more information on that. What's the plans on that? And I know that has to come out of people that aren't here right now. So M&O would have to talk about that, and of course your risk manager and so forth. So, but that's part of.
And they are working on that, Mr. Stafford.
Okay.
If I could respond to both your point and Mr. Nelson's point, another thing to keep in mind, because Ms. Raines gave us so much information, when we bring a whole class back of seniors, remember, they don't have to come back every day. The minimum is 1 day. So that would drastically impact the space we have and those issues of contagion and everything else. So imagine if you invite all seniors back, but only half want to come back. So to give you round numbers, if 600 seniors, we invite them all to come back, but only 300 say they want to, then you divide that 300 by 5 days. Well, now you're getting down to some very small numbers, of 100 kids per day. And you can really spread them out and get guest teachers, for them. So these are manageable. I know when I first was given this task, I was like, oh my gosh, it seems like too much. But, Mr. Bennett, luckily, is a math teacher and he's very strategic. And as he started to break those numbers down and talk about, 1 day or 2 days, it becomes very manageable and very safe. And we're confident that we can come up with a plan that supports seniors and gives them an opportunity to come home, get these experiences, but also keeps them safe.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bruff.
Ms. Leo?
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to clarify. So if we were to do this, are we just sticking to 1 day until the end, or is it 1 day and then when cases drop and then it's 2 days a week, or how does that go?
That's a great question. I think given the numbers and the spacing issues that Mr. Nelson has pointed out and the cleanliness and hygiene issues that Mr. Stafford has pointed out, the safest thing is probably 1 day a week, because that affords every kid an opportunity to have that experience, but to have it in a safe manner. So, you always want to deliver more than you can promise. So I think I can promise 1 day a week. There may be an opportunity, and it would depend on the numbers of kids who say they want to come back. Let's say it's 25% who say they want to come back instead of 50. Well, then maybe we could envision 2 days a week, because we would have that spacing and hygiene capability. So it's a great question. It's a hard one to answer until we have a few more parameters filled out.
Thank you.
Sure.
Excellent question, Ms. Vallejo, and thank you, Mr. Roth, for addressing it. I have 2 questions. One of them is, once we go into the red tier, when we move from 11.3 cases per 100,000 to less than 7, it can happen any week from now, and we go by grade level. Are we going to continue with the cohorts? Are we going to get both, or what is the plan?
That's an excellent question. And I think, again, that's one to be determined, because once we have these cohorts established, remember those cohorts were picked based on the numbers you're seeing here, and those were seniors who were at most at risk. We're feeling that if those cohorts are successful and we're seeing kids making up ground and making up assignments and being successful, and they've connected with those guest teachers and that formula is working, I don't know that we want to disrupt that. So we are looking at an option where we keep those cohorts of seniors running, and then we create the 1 day a week opportunity. And in that case, to go back to Ms. Vallejo's question, perhaps these at-risk seniors in the cohorts would keep their 2 days a week, and the seniors at large who are on track would get that 1 day opportunity. So I can't give you a definitive answer now, but we are sensitive to that, and we think we want to keep the continuity if it's as successful as we hope it will be.
Thank you. And the next question is for Mr. Skorpanish. I'm sure there is an answer for this question, but I don't know to what degree you can share that in public session, because it is one item for closed session. We are taking in consideration our associations, right? Because this has to be negotiated. I don't know if you can say at least that is in progress, or we already have reached some MOUs in these options that we are looking at. And I don't know if we cannot share anything, we leave it for closed session, probably the next board meeting.
And thank you for that understanding, Dr. Rouse. We have been in contact with with our associations, particularly PSEA and CSEA, preliminary discussions about what this means. Again, it's just the last few days, and we're talking about what it looks like. And then in closed session, particularly at our next meeting, we'll be talking in more detail about it.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Skorpanish. Any other questions? Trustee Freeman, do you have any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, one occurred to me when Mr. Bruff was talking about your other question. Let's say, I don't know, just thought.
We played with that scenario. Again, it's hard to determine that because it's so dependent on how many seniors choose to come back, how many guest teachers we can secure, the logistics of the building and the cleaning and infrastructure. So we are looking at that, but there's a lot of moving parts, and until we know how many seniors wish to return, we won't be able to answer that question for you.
Thank you.
It's part of our thought process and what we're considering.
Just trying to make sure we have some creative thinking there.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Breath, do you mind if I chime in here for just a moment?
Sure.
We definitely are going to be creative thinkers for sure, but that particular idea we would not, Dr. Freeman has left the meeting. I guess I'll continue when we fill him in later. But once we have students in cohorts, we have to remember that we have to leave those students in a stable cohort. While we could expand them to additional days, if that fit within the plan, they would need to stay together and not intermingle with a different group.
Yeah, so even if we added a day, they would stay as a cohort together, just that bubble.
That is an excellent point, and that will depend also on the guidelines Ms. Raines has been saying, because these parameters of 14, maximum 16 in a cohort is under the purple tier. When we go to red, that might change. We don't know, right? But it's good to start thinking about it and be prepared. Okay, thank you. Ellison, you raise your hand, sir.
Oh, I was just going to bring up exactly what Ms. Raines was saying. In terms of we would create, that would be intermingling cohorts, and I didn't think that was allowed. So I was going to bring up that exact same thing, and Ms. Raines answered it right before I got a chance to ask it.
No, if they did an additional day, they would remain in that cohort. It might be a Monday, Wednesday, Friday rather than a Tuesday, Thursday. So I don't see that option happening, but we are considering it. And again, we'll be able to consider it as we know the numbers when we poll our students.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other question? Okay.
I think Ms. Vallejo. Ms. Vallejo, did you have a question? Okay. Well, with that, I've talked about some of the educational, instructional opportunities. I think the last slide we have is Ms. Raines returning to some of the extracurricular opportunities that are so much on the minds of our parents and our seniors that, many of the letters that you got. So we'll pivot back to her, and she can take us out with those opportunities that we're considering.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bruff. And so, just to recap, we've got a lot of next steps ahead of us as a cabinet, as a district administration and planning team, and our task force, and we don't take any of that lightly. These are very important planning steps, very important decisions we have to make to ultimately bring forward to you sometime before April 1st. And I'm sure Mr. Bennett will be in touch with you, Dr. Rao, and the rest of the board in terms of when we may need to schedule that, if not March 17th. So without further ado, I will move on to year-end activities. And I know Mr. Bennett will chime in here because he's very passionate about this as well, as Mr. Bruff indicated earlier for our seniors. And so I want to start by reminding all of us, again, I think I've sort of been nominated or at least referred to as like the chief rule reminder in the district, but we are required to follow the guidance from our state and local health departments in every decision we make, whether it's about cohorts, whether it's about hybrid in-person instruction, or any year-end activity. So we have to always look through that lens. That public health guidance is our directive, and we have not yet received any formal guidance as it relates to this. So everything I am about to say is speculative. It is subject to change, but it does represent at least what we are thinking about. Because as we indicated before, we don't want to start thinking about this too late in the game, because that doesn't allow us appropriate time to plan. So to assure all of our stakeholders, particularly our students and our parents of seniors and seniors, we are thinking about this. We are keeping you in mind. So as it relates to graduations and promotions, there is some misinformation out there in that we have made a decision. That is not correct. Mr. Bennett mentioned that earlier. We have not made a decision on that. You all have not made a decision on that more specifically. Our hope is to have ceremonies as close to traditional as possible, but I don't yet know, and neither does anyone else, if that will be possible. So what do I mean by as close as possible? Last year, we had drive-through graduations that were permitted by the local health department. That was an opportunity, and this was in addition to the virtual ceremonies, of course. So that was an opportunity for the student to, exit their car in a safe and socially distant manner, walk across a stage, cheering, celebrations, receive their diploma or their certificate from their principal, have their photograph taken. And last year, that is as close as we could get for an in-person type celebration. We have certainly heard lots of ideas from various people throughout the district, parents, students included in that, couldn't we limit the number of tickets? We have not thrown that idea out. It is something that we're thinking about. But as I indicated in actually the budget presentation, we also have to look through the liability lens. And I don't like that I am generally, along with Judy Miller, I'm going to throw her out there, the person that has to remind us to that. But nonetheless, that is what you pay us for, is to remind you of those things. And so while we certainly could space all of our students 6 feet apart on the field, we could limit tickets to, I'm just going to throw out a number here, 2. And so maybe that looks like 1,200 spectators in our stadium seats. And if that worked mathematically, we've not gone out there to look yet. They could be 6 feet apart, but will they be 6 feet apart? When they turn the tassel and the confetti, things go off, are they all going to congregate? And if so, what is their potential exposure and what is our liability in that? And I want to say in no uncertain terms, liability is not the only lens we need to look through. So I don't want anybody to think that we would not consider a graduation because of that alone. It is just something we need to think about. It is a way we would maybe start thinking of different modifications. Mr. Bennett and I were talking, just the other day about, well, gosh, perhaps an idea, and this isn't set in stone, but an idea is maybe we do have the traditional stage on the football team, or on the football field, and the families come through in pods, one at a time. And so it's a small audience. And after the student walks across the stage, then that family exits. And then, meanwhile, so we've got our families sort of lining up similar to how they did in their cars, right? So we keep everybody safe. But again, these are just ideas that we're exploring. As Mr. Bennett said earlier, we certainly want to involve many others as we explore various ideas that may come to fruition. At minimum, we will provide an opportunity for the students to walk across the stage. Where that stage is and how that's done, we just don't know yet from all the things I mentioned earlier. Mr. Bennett has asked that we do a parent and or a student survey. So putting that forward to you as a consideration. I know this was a point that you made in the very beginning, Dr. Arau, that you and perhaps other board members have some ideas to share and discussion points and that sort of thing. So that's really where we're at with graduations and promotions. And to say again, no decisions have been made. Moving on to grad night. It's a rite of passage for our seniors, as are many other things that they're having or not having the ability to participate in this year. As of right now, all of the traditional theme parks, Disneyland and California Adventure and Six Flags Magic Mountain that our schools traditionally go to, those events have been canceled by those theme parks. I did hear in one of the public comments about Universal Studios, and that's absolutely correct. Universal Studios is trying to provide a grad night opportunity at 25% capacity. Is that something we could consider? Perhaps we could. What would the state and local health departments say about that? Again, we don't know. Minimally, I know that whatever the tier and the numbers and the rules that guide Riverside County and whatever county a grad night event may be in would both apply. So whichever was more strict. And then we would need to think, of course, about how we apply that as a district policy. So other than decisions that have been made for us by those theme parks, decisions also have not been made on grad night or any kind of modified grad night, seniors getting together in different capacities to have different types of celebrations. As it relates to senior proms, we've had lots of conversation about this, and there just isn't a practical way to have that occur and have people stay 6 feet apart. And so so that kind of is the bad news there. But then we get into what I was alluding to before with grad night. What other kinds of year-end celebrations could we have? We certainly have our traditional celebrations, senior awards, as an example. And we see a lot of ways that we can continue to have those in a modified, socially distant and safe fashion. But really what I'm talking about here, not that senior awards are not cause for celebration, because they are, but I'm talking about celebrations that could in part replace prom and in part replace grad night, and what might that look like. And so all of the schools have been talking about different ideas. What we've talked about as a cabinet is that we would approve those ideas on a case-by-case basis. And so, we would need to talk with them about what those ideas are, talk about the safety protocols that would be in place, how we would ensure that they remain in place for the duration of the event. And like many things as it relates to COVID-19, we have to remain flexible and agile to adjust there. So, Mr. Bennett, did I forget anything in what we talked about here? Sorry.
You hit it pretty well. Just one thing I plan on doing is contacting some of the senior class officers at the high schools and maybe getting them together on a Zoom to be able to have a meeting and talk about what they would want and what could we do to make it better for them as we end the year and see what ideas they have, because the best ideas come from the kids. They're the ones been the most affected, and those are the ones that we want to make sure we're giving as much honor and gratitude for what they've been through to end their senior year. So that's something I want to do. And I think I may get a group of parents together too from each of the schools, maybe out of the school site council, to meet and talk about things also that we could do to end the year.
And with that, that concludes our formal presentation, but I will turn it now back over to you, President Arau, and you have some ideas for how we might proceed following this.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rains. First of all, I would like to give the opportunity to the other board members first to share any comments, questions, ideas. And if I can ask you a big favor, Ms. Rains, can you please show to us the last slide, the year of the end activities, so we can make a comment or questions about those specific.
Yeah, I just got the wonderful spinning wheel. So as soon as it gets done thinking, I will reverse it there for you.
Okay, very good. In the meantime, do we get it? Trustee Ellison.
All right, I'll kick it off. A lot of the things I want to say, I've been saying throughout the presentation. I would like to thank Mr. Bruff and Ms. Rains for everything, all the information that you guys have given out, and all the research and everything, and keeping us abreast on everything that's coming through legislatively. Because a lot of what we do is dictated by the legislature or the CDH, all the guidelines, which are actually mandates. So we are completely required to fulfill what's been placed on us. For graduations, yes, my one major wish is that we can go back to traditional graduations. It's most likely not going to happen this year, but as close as we can possibly get safely is my wish. I mean, because I do not want a repeat of last year if we can do anything more for these students and their families as well, because their families are a big part of them getting to this point as well. So I just want to make sure that we're doing what we can for them. Again, that's all essentially dictated by CIF and the CDPH and the guidelines that are out there. We have no control over what sports are being allowed in certain counties, and we already have a plan in place for sports and everything else that goes along with that, like conditioning and everything. We have a plan already in place, and as things are loosened up and things are opened up, the sports that are allowed to play, we will put them in position as soon as we can. That is not something in our control necessarily. It's in the control of the of CIF and essentially the numbers that Riverside County is operating under at that time. I do want to reiterate that I did not realize that Universal Studios was doing stuff for Grand Night, but I would like us to really look into that to give those seniors an opportunity to do something close to normal for their senior grad night if it is possible. And I understand that there are guidelines, Riverside County and Los Angeles County would come into play on that. But if we can possibly make that happen for them, that would be something that I would love to see for these seniors as well. And like I said, I'd like to reiterate everything. I appreciate everything you guys did for the presentation and everything you're doing for the kids, trying to get them back in. I'm really hopeful to see at the end of the school year get back to some kind of normalcy, and I really want to see us do whatever we possibly can. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Ellison. Any comments or questions from the other trustees?
Dr. Freeman has his hands up.
Dr. Freeman, I'm sorry, I'm not able to see Dr. Freeman. Go ahead, Dr.
Yeah, I know. That's because I'm in an almost darkened room. No, yeah, I really hope that people understand from what we've been saying and explaining tonight, that we are doing absolutely everything possible for everybody. Yes, we've spoken particularly about the seniors in this particular instance, but I think that when we take it everything into consideration, it has been thoroughly, repeatedly explained what we can do, we are trying to do. What we can't do, we're hoping that we will be able to do. But right now, we have our hands tied in many ways. And I can't reiterate this too much because, as Mr. Nelson has said, we get a lot of emails. And one of them that keeps repeating is other schools, districts are going back to the classroom. Well, that's because they have TK through 6th grade at an elementary level. We are a high school district. We do not have elementary classes. So we have different rules. It just, we have to be paying particular attention to those kinds of things. If we were to try to do something like that without being allowed to do so, we'd be in a lot of hurt. So we are paying we have a great superintendent, the cabinet, all of the staff people are paying, they're looking for every single little thing that we could do to kind of just get one more little thing where we could benefit our kids. And I think that they are doing a fantastic job at what they're doing. I keep hearing things that I didn't remember or didn't know, or it just came up yesterday or even today. So I really appreciate what all of those people from Mr. Bennett, as well as everybody else associated with this district effort to get our kids back safely and legally. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Freeman, Dr. Freeman. Do we have any comments from the other two trustees, either Ms. Vallejo, Trustee Stafford? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm just reiterating with what you all have said. I won't go into repeating myself anymore, but I would just encourage everybody, let's continue to drive the numbers down, consider all options, and you know, let our professionals, we have as David said, we have some of the best staff and superintendents and all down the line. So let's continue to push hard on all the issues, and we will get there. But it's important we be safe, and we care about our teachers and our support staff. So we have to consider them also. And of course, we're bound by the health department rules. So let's go with that and do our part, which we know we can do. I would suggest wear a mask and wash the hands and follow all the CDC guidelines. And that's all I have to say for today. Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. Trustee Vallejo?
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you for everyone presenting, but I actually did want more information on that Universal Studios trip, if it's possible. I just wanted more information on it, like as in how can the kids go, as in transportation wise, if it's possible, how many. If anyone can just send me an email and give me more information on that, that will be great.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo.
And we'll send it out to all board members so they all get the same information.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. First, in my turn, I first would like to say thank you to Mr. Bennett, Ms. Rains, all the cabinet members for this excellent presentation and all the information that you have provided to us tonight. And not only to us, also to our stakeholders, to our community members, to our students, to our parents. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to all the parents and students and staff members who have been emailing to us questions and concerns. Very valid questions, very valid concerns. And I'm really glad to share those questions with the superintendent and with cabinet so we can address those concerns, and hopefully we have provided some answers related to those questions. So it is our responsibility to share, to answer the questions, because they are valid questions. We are representing you, and we are here to do everything how Dr. Freeman said, for our students. We are on the same page. We want the best thing for our students. Sometimes we might see it from a different perspective, but at the end of the day, we want the same, that is the best for our students. So thank you to all of our parents, our community members for sending those emails. And if you have any further questions, please continue to do that. We are representing you, and we will continue to bring those questions and those concerns to our board and to our cabinet, to our district, in order to provide an answer for you. That being said, I would like to add a little bit about the year-end activities, end of the year activities. Let's start with something that Dr. Freeman mentioned in Ms. Rains. We are receiving guidelines from the California Department of Public Health and the County Department of Public Health. But those guidelines, they are translated into directives. So we are going to follow those directives. There are some things that are under our control, and another ones we don't have an option. We have to do that. Let me start with this also. We have had conversations with Mr. Bennett and with Cabinet, and we are working in collaboration that any updates, any guidelines, CIF and CDPH have been providing guidelines almost on a weekly basis, we can say, so often. And we share that. If I get those guidelines immediately, I share them with Mr. Bennett. Please look into that. Let's look into that and see what are the implications for our students, specifically in terms of sports. What is what we can allow? If we are allowed to start games, and it is my understanding now with football, we are looking forward, right, to having football games. So anything that is coming on an update, we want to act upon that almost immediately and look at the implications. How is this allowing our students to participate on the sports? One thing that I want to mention, and has not been clarified here because I received several emails also about volleyball, why we are allowing football, or is allowed, not we, right? Based on the guidelines and the directives, football, but not volleyball. It is my understanding at this point is that volleyball is an indoors sport, and indoor sports are not allowed at this time versus football. I was thinking, what about if we have volleyball outdoors? There were some concerns in terms of that. I don't know to what degree those are valid concerns, but if there is something that we can look into that, get the input from our ADs, and is that something doable? That because we want to support, how we said, all of our students, all of our athletes, of course, always taking in consideration what we have been doing during the last year. The key driving elements of our decisions is the safety of our students and our staff, right? The data is supporting that we can improve the different activities that we are doing. So let's go ahead and do that. So that is in terms of sports. In terms of graduation, I heard Cabinet is considering different options and thinking about some potential ways of having graduations. I would like to propose, with the support of the board members, that not only look at them, be proactive and develop a specific plan. We can say, plan A, if we are able to provide this, the numbers go down. We are talking about March, April, and May, almost 3 months from now, right? We have seen the big, huge decrease in numbers in the last month. So best case scenario, usually we talk about worst case scenario. Now we are reversing, right? Best case scenario, can we have an in-person graduation? So right now, tomorrow, as soon as possible, we can have all of our administrators at our schools looking at potential number of graduates that we are going to have of seniors. We are going to comply with the social distancing, 6 feet. I know that we have big classes, sometimes 600 in some high schools, right? I believe Paloma Valley about 600. Maybe it's not going to be possible to have only one event, We can divide it in 2 events, maybe 3 events, right? If we have 200 graduates distributed throughout the football field, and then we can see we can afford 2 tickets or 3 guests, I'm sorry, per graduate, because we want to provide something that our students are going to enjoy, that they are to, it's not definitely the same, right, that past years, but something really close. But we need to look at those numbers and develop a plan. How many campus supervisors, SRO, everything, what is going to be the stage? Are we going to have the band performing? What is going to be the whole process? That is plan A. We might not be able to do that, but we already have the plan. Plan B, if we are not able to do it that way, can we have a drive-through in a nice way with everything having a stage and trying to resemble that? So something specific, plans very specific, plan A, plan B, plan C. What about if we are able to have in person? We are ready, right? What about if we can even have one event with all the students? We're ready. Probably not, but maybe 2, maybe 3. Board members, I think if the 5 of us, we are in a graduation, I don't think it would be a problem if only one board member, if we have graduations at the same time in different schools, and one board member is at this graduation, that would be fine, you know. So, but the important things are students, not us being there. Maybe the high schools like Paloma Valley with the highest number, maybe 3 days, whatever it takes. It's going to be imply some work from us, but it's for our students. I think every school, every administrator will be willing to be there at the high school for 3 days in a row. Is for the 2021, the class of the 2021. They deserve that we go above and beyond. So let's start planning now. We have 3 months. I want to mention this, that this proposal that I'm saying about the options in person, 2 sessions, this is a summary of of my own experience, right? Plus suggestions that I have been receiving from parents, from students that we need to take in consideration. Some of them, they are saying, how can we help, right? In order to do this. I think, let's develop the plans, plan A, plan B, plan C, different circumstances. In 3 months, whatever the situation is, we're ready. We're ready to offer the best possible experience for our students, the experience that they deserve due to the circumstances. Well, they deserve a lot more, but what we can do for them due to the circumstances, always ensuring the key driving elements that we have been talking about and acting about in filtering our decisions, that is the safety of our students and our staff. That is in terms of graduation. Right now, I joined the other board members to get some more information about the potential event. And I would recommend Senior Awards Night. I think Ms. Rains talked about that. We can have it outdoors. We can have it at the stadium. We can use the same podium. It might be the day before, 2 days before the real graduation, and we can have our Senior Awards Night. Our students, they have been doing their best. Our top performing students taking AP classes, college classes with higher GPAs, participating in different programs with their course, with their sashes. We need to provide that information if it's possible, right? If it's safe for them, if we are allowed by the California Department of Public Health and the county department. So summarizing, let's start working on specific plans similar to what we are doing from the curricular perspective that Mr. Brofo and Ms. Rain made the presentation. So we are looking forward for something like that in the next board meeting or even in the following. And if it's necessary to have extra board meetings to address this, I don't think any of the board members is going to say no. These are unprecedented times. We are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and anything that we can do for our students. If we need to meet on a Saturday, any day, I'm sure all of us, we would agree to do that. Thank you.
I think we have one more item to go over, Dr. Rouse. You're muted.
Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Well, on the agenda, we'd be moving to item 7.1, which is a study session on facilities.
Yes, that's correct. The study session 7.1, the Board of Trustees will conduct a study session on facilities. Thank you, sir.
Sure. So with the study session, I turn it over to Candace, Hector, and Fred Good to lead us through that. So it's all yours, guys.
Okay, let me get this one open here. I realized I was on mute as I said that originally. So we think we have another excellent presentation for you tonight that is very exciting. And so Dr. Good and Hector Gonzalez and I each have different elements of the presentation. I'm trying to get it open. That's why I'm talking slow. I'm not, well, I am tired, but I'm not tired as the night has gone on. Can you see that there?
You're good.
All right, good deal. Okay, so here I go again. Okay, there we go. So what we want to talk with you about tonight in our study session is several important elements. Like we did for the COVID-19 update, it's important that we provide just a little bit of history, nowhere near as long as as I did with the various pieces of legislation and guidance. But Dr. Good's going to talk about the history of our facilities master planning since 2008 in our district. I will then go into our facilities financings from 2012 to 2019. I'm not going to go through all of them, don't worry, but just relative to the ones that are important for the last step in our financing plan, which is Measure T Series A and B that we've done so far, as well as Measure W Series A. The highlight of the show tonight, as it always is, will be Hector Gonzalez providing you updates on all of our facilities projects. And then I will follow his presentation with our facilities financing planning as we move forward to our 2021 finance plan. I'm sure other than for Ms. Vallejo, I believe all of this will resonate with you as we've talked about it before, and it's exciting that we've been working on this for so long that we're finally getting to the end stage there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Good for facilities master planning.
Thank you, members of the board, and Candace, Superintendent Bennett. I certainly hope the board members' heads are not going to explode, because I'm always amazed at what you have to deal with, and I admire you. So anyway, I've had the privilege of working with you guys for 14 years, and a lot has transpired, in that time. So I think what we'd like to do is share just a little bit about the past, so that you can better understand where we're at, and more importantly, where we, would like to go. So this will be really a little bit of a refresher on my part for trustees around Stafford, Nielsen, and Freeman. And it will be kind of new foundational information for Trustee Vallejo. So anyway, when I started with the district in 2007, 2008, I wasn't working with the district prior to that, but my perspective was that the approach the administration used was more of an administrative top-down decision-making process, and they accomplished a ton. They built Heritage High School. They put the STEM building, the 1000 building at Perris High School, a lot of improvements at Paloma Valley High School. And so I came in really admiring what the district had done and accomplished, in really quality way. When I was hired, Dr. Greenberg was appointed as superintendent, and he directed us to take a little bit different approach, which was one to be much more involving of constituents, collaborative with staff, with students, with residents. And in hindsight, that was really a good move because, as you well know, we had to go to the constituents twice to get their support for, our facilities financing plan. So that was a good move. Anyway, what I see a lot of times with districts is they start to undertake a facilities master plan and they view it as a completion of a stagnant document or, digital set of, documents. And that's really not enough because really for a master plan to really work, you really need to create a mindset throughout the entire district where there's a long-term commitment towards lots of discussion, lots of involvement. You need to be open to, ever-changing needs and, ever-changing resources. I like to think of it that you really need to have a microscope that has the ability to focus and refocus as situations change, but really it needs to be three. It needs to be one that's looking at district-wide needs, one's that looking at site or project-specific needs, and then thirdly is the financing lens. And really Candace is the one that kind of on behalf of all of us looks through those microscopes and helps us all to refocus those as needed. So when we began in 2008, it really was through a broad range of site-based and a district level committee. And I have to tell you, it was interesting because the staff for the most part was not necessarily used to being, asked to be involved. But, after time, they became very comfortable with it and became very, very helpful. And the direction that we had from, your administration at that time was to always place an emphasis upon stakeholder involvement and participation. The master planning process really needed to be a living, I'm going to say document, but really a living process that could flex, as challenges and opportunities and needs change. But most importantly, as we've talked about tonight, the focus always had to be on students, their needs and their opportunities for development and for learning. And I feel like we've really done that. In 2008, so before the first step with the master planning process was really to convene site-based committees. We had a committee at each site. Their sole focus was upon their school site and their facility needs. At the end of the process with them, they were asked to prioritize those needs, understanding that they would have an opportunity to rearrange those in the future as needs and finances, either changed or became available. But concurrently, we established a district-wide facilities committee that was kind of looking at all of the school sites through a larger lens and starting to really ultimately lead to the question of, oh my goodness, how are we going to pay for this? But nonetheless, the completion of the facilities needs assessments led us on to the first iteration of the master plan. Candace, I think you skipped one there.
I did.
That's all right. You're just seeing if I'm, on board here.
You passed.
Good. So really, in 2008, 2009, we did create a document, if you will. But more importantly, during those couple of years, we were really starting to create a process that everybody was comfortable with and buying into that, hey, I really do have a say in what happens at my school. And, it was really exciting. The part that was not so exciting was that yours truly got the challenge to put the price tag on all of this. And in 2009, as I recall, it was about $450 million for the new school needs combined with the improvements at existing schools, like basically rebuilding Pinacati. Elizabeth basically rebuilding Perris High School. So all of those things came up to the price tag of $450 million. And at that point, the finance team in the district really kind of took inventory on, okay, from the previous bond of $46 million in 2004, how have we been able to take that money and go get state money or federal money or other funding sources? And what we found out was that really we were able to turn that $46 million into $126 million of total funding for projects. So what it did, it led us to believe that someday we were going to need to go out for another bond. But if we needed $450 million, we probably needed to go out for a bond of about $150 million to then, if we were able to accomplish the same leveraging, if you will, to come up to fund the entire program. So that was the task. From that facilities master plan, by far the most expensive and maybe largest need in the district was that for a new high school, which is now ended up becoming Liberty High School. In the beginning, we looked at 13 different sites. We had to work with California Department of Education. And Elizabeth, I want you to notice I didn't say CDE there. I said California Department, so you didn't have to wrestle with an acronym. Shortly thereafter, the board approved the site that we're working on right now. We closed escrow in 2010. But then the interesting question, came about, well, what programs and instructional delivery systems are we going to use at the new school? Do we reuse the heritage plan, or do we create, a different plan, completely kind of like baking a cake from scratch? The board chose the latter, wanting to start from scratch. So Candace, if you can go to the next one. So what we did was we started a process that was about a year long, and it was really awesome. It was a district-wide committee, had representation from all parts of the district. And we created two documents. We created one which was educational specifications to build a new high school, educational specifications to build a new middle school. And in essence, what these documents were directives to an architect that said, these are the programs that we hope to include in the new schools. Here's how we hope to deliver programs. And it was kind of a starting point for them as to really understand what is it that we wanted to do in this kind of new cake that we were baking. We're going to focus tonight mostly on the high school because while we have the middle school site and we have plans for that, that's not yet on the front burner. So in 2017, we were applying for funding at the state for Liberty High School, and we were required to print another hard copy document and update, if you will, to the master plan. So we did do a hard copy, an update to the plan at that point. But boy, the master planning process was in full steam at that point. And it's really interesting to me because from an instructional standpoint and an operational standpoint, we talk a lot about in the new plans wanting to accommodate collaboration among students and staff. I have to tell you, as I work with your facilities team, there's no better example of collaboration than how we work. It's really cool. Candace expects each of us to have an opinion, to have ideas, but we kick them around amongst the team. And at the end of the day, you really feel like, I'm part of a team. My perspectives were considered, but we made a collective decision that again focused back on what's best for students' learning and for their development. So in spite of the COVID-related challenges that you've focused on tonight, and Hector, I don't want you to get a big head here, but Hector spent the last year trying to manage about $300 million in projects. And it amazes me every day how he comes to work every day with a smile. And, you know, we all appreciate the opportunity, but it's been a really challenging year, but we're doing great. You're going to hear about the projects. And Candace, I want to turn it to you to talk about, you know, how we're going to finish paying for all this.
Okay. See if my mic was on. All right, so I'm going to talk about our facilities financing, and I'm going to do this in two parts, and I'm going to be sandwiched on either end of Hector. So I'm going to start with Measure T, which was adopted by or approved by our voters in 2012 by 61.8%. That was $153.4 million bond measure. So that was certainly exciting. General obligation, GO bond. You'll always hear us, Elizabeth, talk about GO bonds. That's what we mean, something that went before the voters. Those bonds were anticipated to be sold in multiple bond sales. In total, those bond sales would not exceed $30 per $100,000 of assessed valuation, or AV. And so that is how bonds are governed in the state of California. Under Prop 39, a unified district would be capped at $60 per 100,000. A high school district for each bond authorization, which is different than the bond sales, the various bond sales under the total authorization, capped at $30 per 100,000. And so Fred talked about our 2009 master plan. And so the plan with those bond dollars included projects from that 2009 master plan totaling, as he mentioned, about $450 million. However, it assumed that there would be a state funding program, there would be eligibility growth, which is how we apply for that state funding, and other local leveraged money to meet that $450 million project list. However, shortly after the bond passed, lack of state funding existed. The state funding program actually ceased to exist for many years. As you know, we just recently got our state funding that we applied for Liberty High School back many years ago. And then our eligibility significantly reduced. And so that meant that we had to change the projects both in scope and in timing. And so that's part of the history of our facilities finance and facilities project story. Also with Measure T, like Measure W, there was a commitment by the then board, and that remains with well, I'm going to say the current board, but I'm going back to 2018 when I say that, to spend approximately half of the funds that were generated from those bond sales, bond authorization, on projects to benefit the Menifee taxpayers. And that wasn't something that was arbitrary. It matches where the assessed valuation comes from. And that way the individual taxpayers can be assured that they are paying for projects that their students or their community members, students in their community, were able to benefit from. So that was the structure for Measure T. The financing as it relates to Measure T, as you recall, I said multiple bond series, which are typically Series A, Series B, and so forth. So we sold Series A for $35 million in August of 2013. My finger slipped, excuse me. Series B, we sold in November of 2015 for just over $40 million. And so Series C is what we have always contemplated back in 2017 when we first brought a brand new facilities financing and project plan to you, starting with that master plan revision that Fred talked about. So you always have to start with what are the needs of the district. It's not let's get money and then figure out what to spend it on. It's what are our needs and then let's match the funding to that. So the remaining authorization under Series C is just over $78 million. And again, the voters have already authorized that for us as part of that original 153.4. We anticipate that our assessed valuation will support us taking that full amount for a final issuance. Back in 2017, and this speaks to how fast and how much our SS valuation has grown since 2017. You may recall, those of you that were here, we talked about Series C and Series D then. So I, for one, though I love finance and specifically facilities finance, I'm excited to do one more bond measure rather than two, or bond sale rather, not bond measure. That's something different. So that is good news, and we anticipate selling those bonds around August of 2021, and I'll get more into that in a little bit. So now let's fast forward to 2018 with Measure W. That was another GO bond authorized by our voters for $148 million. This is more fresh in our memories, I'm sure. That was approved by our voters by 55.89%. And I do want to comment there, 55% is what you need to pass a bond measure. And so we barely passed that bond measure. The 0.89% that we were over the 55% represents actually only 411 voters. And there was a lot of things that went into that would be an entire history lesson that we don't have time for tonight. Those bonds were already sold as a single issuance, though they are still called in the municipal world Series A, for that full authorization in July of 2019. In order to issue that entire Measure W amount, you may recall this, a bonding capacity waiver was required from the State Board of Education to temporarily increase our bonding capacity authority. And we're going to talk about that for our next bond sale as well. One of the great things about the Measure W bond sale and the timing that existed in the middle of 2019, the financial markets were experiencing so much volatility throughout 2019. Global, especially in the weakness in the global economies, and many investors were looking for more secure investments, and so they look to school bonds when it comes to that. We were very fortunate that there was a high level of demand for our bonds. We had oversubscription, so we were selling $148 million worth of bonds. We had orders on the market for $941 million. That is almost $1 billion. And so that's great. And what that did is created demand and competition, and ultimately we were able to lower the interest rates, which reduced our borrowing costs. And so what does that translate in? That translates to savings for our taxpayers. So we were very excited that was the result. We would have not had the authority to then sell more bonds to get up to that $30 per $100,000, because that is not what the voters authorized us for. So I have just a quick graphical representation for you here. And so you can see, and this is as of the time when the bonds were sold, which again was in 2019. So you can see in 2020 and 2021, we were right at that $30 per $100,000 of assessed valuation. And with the exception of 2023, we are under 25 going forward. So that's great. That saves our taxpayers a little in excess of $5 per 100,000 of assessed valuation. We had a similar experience when we sold our certificates of participation in May of 2019. And so it was just a great time to be on the market. And part of why we're coming to you tonight is to just give you a little bit of a reminder and preview of our finance plan coming up this summer, and to prepare for the bond capacity waiver that I'll talk about following Hector's presentation, because we want to be able to position ourselves to be in the municipal market at the best time, so that we are maximizing investment opportunity or investment demand for our bonds, and hopefully having a repeat and saving money for our taxpayers as well. So with that, as promised, I will turn it over to Hector Gonzalez for an exciting facilities project update.
Thank you, Candace, and thank you, Fred, for the kind words a minute ago. Good evening, Board President Arau, board members, cabinet, and Mr. Bennett. It's exciting to be able to be here tonight via the Google Meets to provide you guys an update on our projects here in the district. everything that we've talked about tonight, the COVID, the cohorts, all the planning, all the graphs, financing, everything we talked about is for students, right? And to be able to provide the most excellent facilities to our students is our goal here in the district, to be able to support our programs and move forward and give the students what they deserve, the communities what they deserve with our facilities projects. That's our goal. So next slide, please. So to start off with our update on the projects, I'll start off with Perris High School. And some of these slides, board members and cabinet, you guys have seen these in the past, and I'm reusing them. We have a new board member, Trustee Vallejo. I know you probably haven't seen these, so we thought it was important to kind of provide a little bit of historical background, kind of show you what the campuses look like. And you know, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, and tonight's been a long night with the presentation, so I'll try not to say 1,000 words about every picture, but there's our namesake, our Perris High School. What it used to look like after our 2 phases of construction there. We are currently in what we're calling our completion phase, right? Our completion phase, asterisk, swimming pool. So our completion phase includes a pool, which I'll touch on here in a minute. But you can see there at the front of the school, the old buildings that were built in the late 50s, occupied in the early 60s. Those were torn down in our pre-completion phase project last year. Next slide, please. The area there in red, that's shaded in red, that's our completion phase project. It's a big footprint on the Perris High School campus. And one of the things, you know, as we talk about projects on our existing campuses, COVID has been terrible. I mean, students are out of school. We're talking about being able to bring them back. But one thing that has provided us was an opportunity to move forward with some of our projects and not impact sites as much as we typically would, you know, having to do work in the summer and do work around students and provide safety corridors and stuff like that. So with no students being on campus, it's allowed us to move forward and do things that we would have had to coordinate a different way. Next slide, please. Did we skip one? Okay, so this is the rendering that shows our completion phase project. As you can see there, the buildings in blue, the outlines of the buildings, we have the visual and performing arts. We're going to expand the student drop-off pickup area, single point of entry for student safety. We want to make sure that we're coordinating and bringing visitors onto our campus to one controlled entry. We're going to have our new learning commons in the administration building, also expanded parking. And you can kind of see a little glimpse of a pool building there in the back, and we'll go around the campus here in a minute. Next slide. So this image here is a drone shot of current. It's a couple weeks old, but the current progress of the project there at Perris High School. You can kind of see the outline there of the new administration building on towards the left there. So the footings, the foundations are being poured, all that rebar is being put in the ground. I think what's cool about this picture, if you look on the left, you kind of see a hole in the ground there. So if you can picture it, that's our orchestra pit in the future. So, you know, if you're a construction guy like myself, like our facility supervisor, Chad Goodwin, you know, dirt is beautiful to us. So seeing that orchestra pit there, yeah, right there is exciting for us. Next slide, please. There's a little bit different perspective. This is looking off of Ruby, kind of if we were hovering over that street light there on Ruby. Again, it shows our performing arts building, the new admin, the new expanded parking. To the left in the background there, you can see the new agriculture mechanics building and a new barn. Next slide. Same thing here. It's a drone shot, kind of with that same perspective. If you're hovering over that street light there on Ruby. But you can see the dirt being moved around and the building foundations for our new admin. Next slide. And this is towards the rear of the campus. If we're hovering over the agriculture area, the ag area will get our new agriculture mechanics building. We've talked about that in the past. It's a very cool building. It's going to have welding, fabrication, metal, woodworking, all the stuff, you know, hands-on stuff that students are gonna be able to work with. And then also the barn there where it says animal housing, that's their new barn for animals. Next slide. So this is a rendering. It's easy to show you kind of dirt where things are going to go, and these renderings are actually pretty accurate. So this is a view looking kind of to the south west of our new administration building. Over on the left is the the learning commons, and then you have the admin there towards the brown block there at the entrance. Next slide. And this is a view of the VAPA building, the new theater building, right there. It's right when you drive in off of Nuevo. It's got a big glass facade there in the front. So as performances are going on, there's big monitors that are going to be in there, and people driving by are going to be able to see the cool performances, the cool things going on inside that building. Next slide. And the image there on the left is a rendering of our stage area. If you're at the back of the house and you're looking at the stage over the seats, that's what it's going to look like. The image on the right is the lobby to the theater building. There's seating areas around there. There's also going to be a big screen. If somebody's coming to one of our performances and they have small children and they need to step out for a minute, they can step out, sit there, watch the performance without missing a beat. Next slide. And so here's our asterisk, the addition to the completion project. So Perris High School currently has a pool. That pool has seen better days. If you've ever walked our campuses, you've been on the Perris High School campus, the pool building, it's time to replace it. So this is the layout of the new pool at Perris High School. It's a 33-meter pool, as all our pools are going to be. All our pools that I'll be talking about here in the update, they're all going to be the same capacity, 33 meters, new pool house, new pool building with locker rooms and restrooms for students. Next slide. And here's a rendering of the pool at Perris, the future pool, right? So these renderings get pretty realistic. But there's a view of the pool building, the pool here in the foreground. Those boxes you see there in the green, those are showers for student use during swim meets, water polo, and all that. So it's a very cool rendering of what the future pool at Perris High School is going to look like. And so, tentative project schedule. So the completion phase project, we're estimating. I mean, we're in construction now. The project began in December. The admin building, we're shooting to finish construction in time for school starting in August of 2022. Theater building will be completed right around December of 2022, and the ACMEC building we're shooting for the fall of 2022. The pool project, like I said, our Perris High School pool is an existing pool. We're in construction now on the Liberty pool, which I'll touch on here in a minute, but the Perris pool needs to stay operational until the Paloma and the Heritage pools are complete. So once we bring the Liberty pool online, the Perris High School is existing. We'll have 2 pools here in the district that are going to be used and shared by the different school sites for their programs. So the Perris High School pool, like I said, will go into construction once we finish those other pools. And can you go back, Candace, for a minute? And so we're looking at a demo of the Perris High School pool around 2022 with completion 10 to 12 months afterwards in 2023. Next slide, please. Over at CMI, California Military Institute, we have the next slide. The new gymnasium and circulation project. So again, here's a image of what the site used to look like. These are our project components. You see the gym there at the top, the expanded parking lot, this expanded student pickup and drop-off area, relocated classrooms at the portables, the R portables that are up against the houses are going to get moved over to provide us opportunity for more parking. Next slide. And here's a drone view of what it currently looks like. It's actually a little bit different. This image is a few days old. There's actually new palm trees and landscape going in front of the gymnasium now. So even the image in a couple slides that I'm showing you is already changed, right? Because construction on the CMI gym is really moving forward pretty quickly. But this is a cool image. It shows A Street in front of CMI. the city worked to expand A Street. They widened it. It's a lot safer for students at CMI. They're actually the signal is pretty close to being operational there on Highland Vista, which is going to provide a crosswalk for students. If you've ever been down A Street in the morning, you know how busy it is, and being able to have a crosswalk there, a signalized crosswalk instead of just a painted crosswalk with people trying to stop traffic is a lot safer. So we're really excited about that when kids are able to come back. Next slide, please. Same thing, rendering, the new gymnasium, relocated classrooms, the expanded student pickup and drop-off area. Next slide. And I was going to say this is what it looks like now, but it's actually looks different now. We have palm trees and landscaping and all the things that are going along with the gym at CMI. So this project, these projects change from week to week. So now it's looking a lot more completed. Image on the left there, construction progress pictures, is the entrance to the gym. So if you're going to an event there, that's the door you would go through. Image on the right is, like I said, a few days old. Again, that's our new gym floor. It's an awesome floor. They're painting the lines and doing the basketball keys and all that. So it's going to be really awesome. I can't wait for you guys to see that in person eventually. Next slide. Image on the left is the training room inside the gymnasium. So for athletes, the trainer is going to be able to use that room to work on athletes. The image on the right is the girls' locker room. The lockers are installed. This picture, they were in installation, but now they're installed and almost complete there. Next slide. Project schedule. So the gym is substantially complete. Like I said, the gym floor is being painted. Volleyball, basketball lines are being put down. The bleachers are going to be installed mid to late March. And then we're looking to turn the gym over. And, you know, same thing. I wish there were students there to use it, but there will be eventually over spring break. So at spring break, the gym will be done, be turned over to the site. Once we do that, and this is a component of the project that we were going to have to wait till summer, but since there are no students on campus, we're able to move forward and be less impact when students do come back, right, in August. So we're going to demo the old locker rooms, and we're moving the R portables to that area where the locker rooms currently sit. So we're starting demolition on those mid-March. We have movers coming to take all the stuff out of those locker rooms and get them ready for demo. And the whole project is scheduled to be completed at CMI in July of this year of 2021. Next slide. And so our largest project, Liberty High School, you know, this is really an exciting project, and it's coming along, and you know, so this is the site plan of how the campus lays out. We have the on the right, the lower terrace. There's 2 levels on the campus. Lower terrace has the sports fields. Upper terrace has the classroom and the academics buildings, and you have your stadium there in the middle. Next slide, please. Here's a pretty recent drone shot of the campus. Our construction manager out there, they fly a drone weekly. And they stitched this image together from thousands of pictures that drone takes. So really cool story on the drone. The drone is able to, if they dig a trench, it's able to measure the depth of that trench, log it. If we ever have a broken pipe, we take these images. It tells us to the very exact measurement where that pipe is. And so it's pretty cool that the technology we're using out there. But so this is a couple weeks old drone shot of the campus. Next slide, please. Here's classroom buildings looking from the quad area. The classroom building there on the right is the arts building. That's where we have visual performing arts. We have actually special ed downstairs in classrooms. The building there on the left is known as our B4 building. The different buildings have different numbers. So image on the right, the arts building is actually B5. B4 is on the left. You can see the blue pop out there with our professional center and kind of the glass that fronts the buildings for passive supervision. If you look at the courtyard in the next few weeks, we'll be doing all that concrete. We have huge concrete pours scheduled to happen out there pretty soon. You see those boxes there under the blue pop out? Those are cast in place planters. There's big plants and trees that go in that area. So pretty soon we'll be having concrete throughout this whole area. Next slide, please. This is the back of B4 facing Garbani. So yeah, you can see the black poles there for eventual fencing for security on the campus. Those pop-outs there are the next slide, please, and I can talk about it. The image there, oh, past one. Image there on the left is the administration building. The roofing is done on it. The exterior sheathing is done. We'll be starting stucco here pretty soon. Next week, they start drywall in that building. So that building is scheduled to be open for staff and administration there on campus in July. Image there on the left is also looking, you can kind of see it there on the right where the power pole is. That's the back of the admin. And on the left is the B2 building, B1 and B2, which are currently under construction. This picture, again, is about a week old. So now we have a lot of the sheathing there for the stucco that's going to go on that building. And then drywall is happening in that building. Next slide. Image on the left is one of the hallways, classroom hallways in B4. You can see kind of that color there. There's the design of the campus has different areas, these insets, these alcoves, and the color there helps to differentiate the different purposes of those areas of the campus. Image there on the right is a classroom. You can see the ceiling tiles there, the stage of completion. We're using a lot of polished concrete. So if you look at the floors and look like they're covered, some of those floors have already been polished. So they put down this material to protect the floor so they don't get stained with oil and they don't get scuffed up. Next slide. Image there on the left is the back of that, one of the schools of the Liberty campus is built to house schools within schools. So we have the different schools of business, school of engineering, the School of Health, and so this is one the rear of one of those. And you see that roll-up door. Students are going to be able to be in their classroom, work in their classroom, roll that door up, push their projects outside, be able to utilize both spaces inside, outside. So that's the stage of completion on one of the B4 buildings. The image on the right is one of the classroom buildings. That's actually one of the, if you go back, Candace. So on the floor, we have the contractors do mock-ups. Some of the entrances to the lobbies of the different buildings have polished concrete that is stained. And you can kind of see the cool colors that are going to be used in some of those areas, key areas on the campus where we're polishing the concrete and staining the concrete. So this is one of the special ed rooms that actually gets carpet, but we had the contractor do this mock-up to see how the color was going to look after they stain the concrete. Next slide. This is the gym. Eventually, it'll have that wood floor, kind of like what I showed you over at CMI. So you got the basketball hoops, all the painting that's happening in there. It's just a huge space in there. So that's coming along in construction. Next slide. So this is a rendering of the pool project that's happening over at Liberty. You can kind of see its relationship there next to the basketball courts, kind of to the south of the gym and the locker room. So you can come out of the locker rooms, walk straight into the pool area, and kind of on that corner of the track there. Next slide. I know this picture doesn't seem like a lot, but that excavator there is actually sitting in the pool. So they're digging. He's about, as of today, he was about maybe 6 feet deeper than that. So there's a lot of rock in the area. Yeah, board members that have heard me speak on this before, we're talking tons and tons and tons of rock. So they're down there breaking rock and getting that pool dug out. So that's the progress on the pool right now. Rendering of what the pool's going to look like. You can kind of see the covered area where spectators are going to be able to sit to check out the meets, the different swimming events that are happening. And this is looking over towards the pool building, again, with the locker rooms for students, offices for the coaches. You can kind of see the scoreboard there all the way to the right. It's a very cool rendering. So, I mean, and like I said, they're very accurate to what it's actually going to look like eventually. Next slide. So the Liberty Project schedule. This is where, I mean, the Liberty Project from the beginning has been a project of grit, right? We've really fought for this project. It is a project that has had everything under the sun thrown at us. We're building this project through a pandemic. We've had impacts to the project through from many different avenues. So we started construction there in 2019. Right now we're pretty close to 80% complete, but we have had impacts. Classroom buildings B4, B5, every area where students are going to be here this first year that they're going to be there are going to be complete, with the exception of the theater building. The theater building, the exterior will be complete, but we will still be working on the interior of the theater building. It will not be ready to open in August. We've come across so many different challenges, and honestly, you know, it's been a lot of work to keep the rest of the campus on schedule, but the theater did slip. We've had issues with our steel contractor, supply chain issues related to COVID. There, believe it or not, at the beginning of the project, there was a shortage of concrete. The concrete plants were affected by fires up north, so they couldn't get concrete. County approvals, Edison, the utilities, electrical. We're finally getting over these hurdles, but you know, but I just want to let you know that the theater building is going to be open late after the rest of the campus is open in August. So we're looking at opening the theater in October, late October, early November of this year. So the rest of the campus will open. Theater building is behind schedule, and will open a few months afterwards. Next slide, please.
Hey, Hector, before you go on, can I just add a couple of words?
Sure.
You know, you and your fancy pictures. I just want to throw out some kudos to Erica Tejeda, Diane Martin, Charles Newman, and now Bob Ruff. I am so excited because many years ago, we developed the educational specifications for this, and we looked at doing things very differently. And your current administrative team is carrying it out absolutely to the hilt. So, David, when your daughter goes there, it's not going to be business as usual. And what's really exciting to me is that those same concepts will be available when Perris High School gets done. If we like the way that instruction is being delivered, you know, at Liberty, it'll be able to happen seamlessly at Perris. So just kudos, Grant, to your administrative team.
Yes, absolutely. So moving on with Paloma Valley, as you know, we're planning projects at Paloma. These are projects that are our bond projects that we're talking about financing for, and to be able to move forward on. Our 33-meter pool at Paloma is, again, an awesome project. That campus, I've had people in the construction industry who have kids that go there, and they always tell me, when are you building a pool at Paloma? Because, you know, that area is big with swim. So the pool project actually came out of BSA. Our plans are approved. We're putting everything together. Our construction manager is putting everything together to go out to bid. Part of the Paloma projects are upcoming that's in planning right now. We're going to be moving the administrative functions of the campus to a new building addition. It's over towards the entrance where the marquee is, where the county library currently is. We're going to expand that area and move the admin up there. We're going to improve the parking up front, access to the campus, on-site circulation, provide a new entrance to the campus, something that you're not having to walk onto the campus to get to the admin, you know, because that's not the most ideal situation for safety. So it'll have a whole new entrance, just like I talked with Perris High School, single point of entry, a lot safer, be able to control who comes on campus. We're working on planning for a new multi-purpose room where the current L portables are. If you can picture that 2-3 rows of portables there on the campus, a lot of those are coming out. We're having a new multi-purpose room that's going to be built there. We're going to repurpose the current admin to provide a student union type facility with ASB, the learning commons / library that we used to call it. Is going to stay in that same area, but we're reconfiguring the walls and changing the space in there to better use. And then we're also going to be, as part of the pool project, which we'll be starting here pretty soon, is the relocation of the G portables, where the current ROTC is, and there's 3 portables that are used by athletics. That's the area where the pool's going to be built. So for us to be able to start construction on the pool, we have to move those portables out of the way. So next slide, please.
Hector, real quick,
Sure.
I just wanted to share with the board, a lot of people ask about the pool at Paloma, because we promised them in 2012 we were going to put a pool in at Paloma. So now we finally get to make good on that promise. So that's a lot of why people ask about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and the community is very excited about. I think of all our pools. Talking to people, they're excited that we're doing so much work on our campuses, right? So the image there on the left is a site plan, which kind of shows you. You see the little blue square there, where the pool's going to go in between the boys and girls locker room. That first red box is the pool house, the pool equipment building. And then you see the relocated portables that I just talked about that currently house ROTC. And then the wrestling room is a modular as well. We're going to move that to that area of the campus as well. Image there on the right is our layout of the pool. Same thing. All the pools have equity. They have pretty much the same size locker room, same size restrooms, pool equipment. They're all 33-meter pools. So we'll have equity in these facilities throughout the district. Next slide. Here's a site plan for Paloma. The top is the parking lot. You see kind of where that green line is. That's a reconfigured kind of circulation on the campus. Paloma, since you're really landlocked as far as being able to access the site. There's only Bradley or Craig, and there are smaller streets. It's getting widened. There's a housing development out there that's widening from Holland over to kind of the corner of our property. But still in front of the school, circulation is important because there's not a lot of opportunity there to pull out and make those left turns or right turns. There's no signal out there, but this is really going to help with circulation in the mornings. That first red box up there is that addition I was talking about to the current location of the county library. That's our new administration that's going to sit up there. Down at the bottom is our new NPR. And that NPR is a NPR/culinary program. There's going to be a really awesome culinary program there. I mean, it's going to be, if you've been to our Perris High School culinary program, this one's going to be on par, and it'll be equitable to what we have at Perris High School. We're moving our auto shop there to the back of the campus, behind that building. And then in the center there, you can see the dark gray building is our current administration, which again will be reconfigured for student union uses. Next slide. Here's a rendering. It's not as cool as the one for Heritage or Perris because there's no water in it, but this is our pool building that we're going to be building at Paloma. This was it could have been today. It's a cloudy day, but you see the showers there, the Paloma colors. That's our future pool building. Next slide. Here's a rendering of our future admin. You can see there, this is looking from the parking lot in. See, if you notice that high area there where the cursor is, that's our entrance now to the campus. You know, when you come in the parking lot right now at Paloma, where do you go? You know where to go because you've been there before, but a person who's never been to the campus, they're scrambling around trying to figure out where to go. This is going to provide an entrance that's going to pull your vision there. You're going to be able to know where to enter the campus, and that new administration building, the way it's laid out is really functional, and it's going to be modern and new, and a lot better use of our space there at Paloma. So really excited about that building. This is an exterior rendering of the NPR that we're looking at building in the location of the L portables now. Same thing. Paloma was actually designed by an architect, and then our current architect is trying to follow those cues and keep the designs the same, and make it look like it belongs on the campus and it was always planned to be there. So PJHM Architects is taking cues from the rest of the campus to design this building. Again, project schedule for the Paloma Valley project. It's currently in design as far as the administration, student union, the NPR, all that, those portions of the project are still in design. We're looking at submitting our plans to DSA in summer of this year. We're looking at probably 5 to 6 months of DSA review time, at which time, once they come out of DSA, we'll package them up and bid them out. So this project is probably 18 to 22 months because eventually, by that time, we will have students back on campus, so we're going to have to phase and coordinate and make sure that we're building it how we're able to build it and not impacting the site too much. The pool project was approved by DSA here a week or two ago. We're looking at starting construction, moving those portables out of the way so we can start construction on the pool in May. And that pool will be completed in July of next year of 2022. Next slide. And then at Heritage, you can see that picture there is actually one of our graduation pictures that we've been talking about so much this afternoon. But
let's do that again.
Hopefully someday we can get back to that. Image there on the left is kind of small. Hopefully you guys can see it well. Is our site plan at Heritage. You can see where the pool lays out. The red blocks are the pool building. So what's a little bit different about the Heritage pool is that it includes a team room for the stadium, which all of our campuses will eventually have. As I say that, we don't have a team room at Paloma, but so there's a team room integrated into the Heritage building. We have a campus operations portion of that building where we have a shipping and receiving, the custodians, stock room, a warehouse can be used. There's an office in there. And same thing, we have our pool equipment room. We have locker rooms for the pool, for the pool area with restrooms. And again, our 33-meter pool. Next slide, please. And again, missing the water, but this is a rendering of our pool building. Same thing, we have the spectator area with the bleachers sitting under shade. If we've ever been to a water polo game, you sit out there and you get fried by the sun. So we're trying to provide shade for spectators. And it ties into if you look at it, the design ties into the rest of the campus there at Heritage. Next slide. So this one, again, it just came out of DSA, out of review. We're looking at starting sometime around May of this year, and it'll be done in July of 2022, ready for use during that school year of that year. So with that, I complete my update. If you have any questions or comments that I can answer. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Nelson.
Thank you, Hector, and thank you everybody who's put in the information and everything for for this entire presentation and all the information about all the sites, everything. Dr. Good mentioned my daughter going to Liberty, and I had just taken her on a tour of Liberty on Friday, and Ms. Tejeda was nice enough to take us around. We didn't get a chance to go in all the buildings, but we've been in quite a few of those before. Because they're doing like flooring and stuff like that. We didn't want to ruin it, but it is good to see a lot of the stuff for the other sites getting out of DSA and getting ready to be started. I did have a question about Liberty's pool. I know that's not supposed to open at the same time as the rest of the school, but I did not remember seeing a date. When is that scheduled to be completed?
So it's in construction now. We'll be finishing up end of November, early December.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to commend you all on just seeing this whole thing out from the beginning. I wasn't here in 08 when the facilities planning came through. I came in 12, but I mean I've been in the thick of this for the last 8+ years. So it's lovely to see a lot of this stuff coming to fruition and I just remember taking my first tour through Perris High School and not knowing where the heck I was because that campus was a maze, just a straight up maze. And you get lost in these side corridors, and it was crazy. And to see everything having been happened over the last 8 years and tearing down buildings and putting up new buildings, great lines of sight. all this stuff being thrown in, and just the opportunities for our students in all of our locations is absolutely amazing. So I'd just like to thank you all for helping with the fruition, bringing that all to fruition.
Yeah, just a real quick comment before I turn over to Candace. So everything that we always talk about, all the voting, the approving us to go out for bonds, all the planning, the financial information that we share, these pictures of these projects is where the rubber meets the road, right? Everything leads to these campuses being reconfigured, rebuilt, these buildings being built and being used by our students in our community for many, many years. So it's exciting to be able to provide an update and hear those comments from you, Trustee Nelson, that you've seen kind of how everything has evolved, and being able to provide these things is very cool and very, very rewarding. And with that, I'll turn it over to Candace.
Okay. And with that, I am pleased to be able to bring this presentation to a conclusion by reviewing with you what our going forward financing plans are. I will echo what others have said. Facilities in the whole is so fun. It's so rewarding. It's a lot of work. But it's a lot of fun because we get to see, literally things coming out of the ground. We get to see the light on the faces of our students and our staff as they get excited about our project. And so many of our stakeholders worked to help make this happen, whether it was passing the bonds or being on our facilities master planning committees. And so it's fun to be near the end and issuing our last series of bonds, but it's a little sad also that we're coming to the end, but don't worry, we'll think of something else. Many of you know I kind of like to geek out on the facilities financing. I'll try to temper that a little bit tonight because it's late, but our financing plan for 2021 is made up of two components, one you know about and one you don't. The one that you know about is Series C for Measure T that I talked about earlier in the presentation, was part of our original 2017 plan, and that's that, again, remaining authorization of just over $78 million. Again, our assessed valuation supports that, but it does require a bonding capacity waiver. So even though I mentioned earlier that we would be doing this bond sale in August, and I fully realize we just entered into March, there's a lot of planning and a lot of lead time that goes into this, particularly with that bonding capacity waiver. The part you don't know about is the refunding of Measure T Series A. And I remember the last time we did a refunding and Dr. Freeman asked the question, why don't we just call it refinancing? Because people seem to understand when you refinance your house, you do that to take advantage of better interest rates or maybe lower your payment and extend out the length of your debt. And so refunding is similar to refinancing. And that's just what it's called in the bond world, is refunding. And so we are planning to refund 29 million of the initial 35 million. And the reason we're going to do that is to capture lower interest rates as well as the improved market conditions. What's very exciting about this, though we're only lengthening the debt by about 1.5 years, not moving from like a 15-year home loan to a 30-year loan or anything like that. But by doing that and getting these better interest rates that exist out there, it's a gross savings to our taxpayers of $4.3 million. And so that's monumental. This is not something we have to do. But we feel it's important every time we're going to be accessing the market to look at all of our callable bonds. Not all bonds can be refunded, but to look at that and see what we might be able to do for our taxpayers. And so $4.3 million is certainly worth it. And so we would like to put this in our financing plan. That's in today's dollars, that's $3.1 million, or a savings of 10.57% off the principal. So we find that exciting, but again, we geek out on this stuff a little bit. So let's talk about Measure T Series C. So under state law, the district has to apply to the State Board of Education, SBE for you, Elizabeth, for a waiver to issue new debt if our outstanding general obligation debt exceeds the statutory debt limit, which is at 1.25% of assessed valuation. by issuing all of the remaining bond authorization now, that full $78 million, the debt as a percentage of our assessed valuation is actually going to increase to 1.62% just for the short term though. And then it'll drop to below 1.25% by 2025. And so it still does require us to apply for the waiver and will require you as a board to approve a waiver request resolution, just like you did for Measure W in 2019. We would be bringing that to you at the next board meeting, the March 17th board meeting. Our bond counsel actually already has that ready for you. So we've got it ready to post to the agenda when it's time for that. The application that we submit to SBE requires that the waiver was considered and supported by our bond advisory committee and our district bargaining units. I'm pleased to report that we have a support letter from both PSEA and CSEA for our bargaining units. And last night was our Citizens Oversight Committee, and they also signed a letter in support. So we have all of our ducks in a row, so to speak. We just need a resolution adopted by you as the Board of Trustees, and we will submit that application. And it's about a 2 to 3 month processing time, which again is why we're here now speaking to you. I just want to go through how the math works on this with this statutory bonding capacity. So our assessed valuation for the current year is a little over $19.5 billion. You simply multiply that by 1.25% to come up with our gross bond issuance capacity, so $244 million. You subtract from that our outstanding principal on previously issued general obligation bond measures of $237 million. And so our bond issuance capacity for issuing bonds this year, even though it'll be August, so this might change slightly, is $6.6 million. That doesn't get us very far when we're talking about the size projects that Hector recently talked about. And so we do need to issue those, the full amount of that bond authorization that's approved by the voters. So that's how that calculation works. I wanted to show you just real quickly what our historical assessed valuation looks like in our district. This current year, it actually grew by 8.22%. So that's amazing. That speaks to all of the development that's happening in our area. You can see where, I don't have my cursor now here, I need Hector to do it for me. You can see where we dipped during the last recession in assessed valuation. But one of the things I want to point out to you is when you look at the compounded average of our annual growth rate, you can see still very healthy averages. And I'll point out that all of those numbers are above 4%, and that will make sense as I go to our next slide here. So this, in addition to showing our estimated debt as a percentage of assessed valuation, and that is very small on my screen. I don't know how small it is on your screen, but you can see in the third column where it outlines our projected assessed valuation increase. The first row there is our actual that I mentioned before, 8.22%. But then as you look down there, we're projecting assessed valuation a little higher for the next 4 years. And then after that, we project out a flat 4%. And I mentioned that number would be important when I showed you the compounded growth in the previous slide. Because we want to project conservatively. That's important to our taxpayers that we project conservatively. Because what would happen is if we project, let's say we projected 8%, and then we only hit 4%, that we still have to pay the debt to our, in our debt service obligations. And so we wouldn't want to go over the amount we promised and are statutory obligated to our taxpayers of that $30 per 100,000 assessed valuation. So a lot of that I know sounds very complex, but a simple way of saying it is as a finance team, we always are conservative. We always look through the lens of what's best for our taxpayers and what's most advantageous for them. And so as I was talking about the debt as a percentage of AV, you can actually see that in the last column there. And in 2025, we're back down to under the 1.25%, and we're at 1.16%. So I think I'll stop there and make sure there are no questions before I go through briefly what the next steps are, and then we are all done. Is everybody okay? I don't see anything. Okay, should I move on, Dr. Arrau? Okay.
Yeah, no questions, Ms. Rain. Go ahead.
All right, everybody's tired, I guess. So as I mentioned before, on March 17th, we would bring that resolution before you for consideration and for approval. The reason we're bringing it in March 17th is on March 17th is because we need to submit that to the State Board of Education on or about April 9th. We plan to be back before you on June 7th, which is our special extra meeting that's already planned in June. And that's when we would bring the full finance team. So you would get to see a lot of extra geeky people, but all with great information so that we can fully explain all of the bond financing to you and let you know what you would need to approve in order to make this come to fruition at the June 16th meeting. That's when all of the documents would come before you for approval. We do expect at the July board meeting, which they haven't announced the date yet, but it's probably mid-July. That's when we would expect the State Board of Education to approve that waiver of our debt limitation. And then August would be our bond sale. And again, that's estimated if looking forward, the market looks like it might be better in September. It gives us that flexibility to access the market at the most advantageous time. One of the things we would never want to do is, be forced into selling bonds on a particular day or a particular week because, we need, cash on September 1st. We want to give ourselves that little bit of cushion there. So again, we can access the market at a great time. So with that, those are our next steps. And I will move on to this last nice blue thank you slide. And if there are any questions, we are certainly more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Rains. Do we have any questions or comments from the
None for me. I'm actually late for another appointment, so I don't know. Was that our? We'll be able to look at this on Google Docs, right? In the presentations. Okay. That's
Yeah,
good.
we'll add those to the shared drive.
Okay. Thank you, Grant. Thank you,
Thank you.
Candace, and everyone else.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I want to be very brief. I want to say thank you to Ms. Rains, to Hector. Hector, wonderful job. I now realize, I think Ms. Rains mentioned you were coordinating projects in the value of about $300 million, right? So that is great. Thank you, Ms. Rains, also for clarifying that refunding is part of the bonds lexico, because I was kind of confused with that. I was thinking refunding, you think about refund, getting something back, right? But it's refunding, funding again, right?
Yeah.
The equivalent to refinancing. So thank you. That was important. So thank you everybody for this project's wonderful presentation. And we are really excited about seeing this coming to our community and to our students. And also special thanks to our community members because they are the ones who are funding these projects. They are the ones who supported the bond measures. And thanks to them. And thank you for their support to our students and to our district to make this happen. So this concludes then the, we don't have any other comments, no. The study session. And our next item is an action item to adjourn this special board meeting of the Board of Trustees for today, March 3rd. Do I have a motion? I'm sorry?
So moved.
So moved, Trustee Freeman. Second?
Second.
Trustee Nelson. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson. Trustee Stafford.
Aye.
Thank you. Now please vote electronically.
Dr. Arouse, what do you vote?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What do you vote? You didn't say your vote out loud. What do you?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
Anybody else hear me? What do you vote for? You didn't say your vote.
He said you didn't vote.
Orally.
I'm sorry, orally. Trustee Arauz, aye. Sorry, thank you. Thank you. I was looking already for the IC board. I think I need to open it again because I'm
I
not
don't think
seeing
you've
it.
done your other vote either, Dr. Rouse.
For
Yeah, we need to do the electronic.
I think you're the last one.
Yes. I just need to open it again, Mr. Okay, right here.
There we go.
Perfect. We are upon a roll call vote being taken. The vote was 5-0. Vote oral and electronically, and this meeting is adjourned at 8:28 p.m.